Hello and welcome along to Moss Valley. Sorghum needs seeding in our final field, the weeds need clearing from the barley, and there's finally a used baler for sale at the shop. Let's get farming. I'm hoping that these 2 bags of seed are going to be enough to get all of the sorghum planted today. It should be. If not, we will have to go and grab some more stuff. I'm a little bit unsure exactly how much more we'll need. That is only emptying 1 bag. Let's pop out here and just have a quick look. Yeah, I'm not quite in the right position for that 2nd bag. Sometimes getting in the right place with these can be a little bit tricky, especially if you're doing it from in the cab like that. There we go. So that's the 2nd bag in. We're gonna fill this up with this seed. We're also going to top up the fertilizer because obviously we'll want all the fertilizer in. This should be enough, I think, today to set us up pretty much going straight to harvest now. We'll have to clear off the weeds in this field, so there might be a little bit more to do in May, just sort of clearing things up. But I think in general, this is going to be a straight run through to harvest now. And trying to get these lined up is always fun. There we go. That's got them. So back that out. And that's really good. We're in a pretty good place money-wise. We are going to have to spend a load of it today, and unfortunately our old baler isn't going to cover that much of the cost of the new one. But the new one, I think, is going to be important for us to make money easily and clear up the bales fairly well at the end of the year. And it's a New Holland one, which is going to be fantastic. So I don't want to spend too long getting set up here at the farm this morning, but we do need to get this stuff running, and then we can head over and go and grab the baler. I've been assured that it should be there for a while, so we're okay. Let's do that. And good. Right. I think what we might do actually is, before we go and do this, let's just give the shop a call and get the baler set up and purchased before it does disappear. So here it is. It's a New Holland big baler 1290 high density. Really good baler. It's gonna have to go on our largest tractor this to get it to work. It's got a pretty standard configuration at the moment. We can go, yeah, so we're just gonna go standard, not US. I do want to put the Michelin tires on it. Yes, it does require twines, so I think we've got some twine at the farm, so we should be all right with that. And then we need to pick somebody from the tractor driver level patrons and YouTube channel members to go on the number plate. And today it's actually quite a good name, so I'm gonna go with VF 2. And then the name of the person who is on the number plate is Adam. Congratulations to you. So we're going to go for DAM. So yeah, Adam, congratulations. Your name is on the number plate. We will okay that. We will purchase that. So buy it, and 64 grand out of our earnings is quite a big chunk. Yes, does leave us still above 300,000 though, thankfully, so that's really good. So once we have this set up and get this going and get our weeder going as well, we'll head up to the shop. I love getting in this gateway with big equipment. It's such an awkward angle. We have to come out quite wide, maneuver ourselves around a bit. There's a whole load of mud in the actual gateway, so you slide about as you're trying to get in. But yeah, I have to hug the right hand side, because if I don't, there's not enough space for stuff to come in on the left. Okay, and then we want to finish the job basically coming up to that gateway so that we are able to just drive straight out to the field. So we'll back this back up. The amount of mud we get on our tractor on this farm is incredible. Really is. There we go. And line her up. And then once we're in position, we can just do a course play course. So clear off the current one, set a new one. 2 headlands. Same setup as we've had on every other field. We're, of course, doing the GamingFFC field here. Let's generate a course. And there we go. Nice, straight up and down the field. Going up the slope, but not much to do about that. We'll close this all off. And, in fact, the first waypoint is just behind us, which is brilliant. That makes things so much easier. I'll unfold my seeder. We've got sorghum selected. We are only 77% full. So I'm hoping that is going to be enough, but we'll keep a close eye on it. If we need to go and grab some more seed later in the day, we will do. But for now, this can start off from here. Away it goes. And yeah, we'll need to get this rolled in today as well. Meanwhile, we're going to grab the 8340 here. This should be more than enough to handle the weeder and get this started on field 32. I might need to move the telehandler out the way though, because it is smack bang where I want to grab, or where I want to go to get the weeder. Or get the hoe, actually, because this is the important thing. We're running a direct seeder on the farm. Therefore, we don't get normal-sized weeds. We get the medium-sized weeds straight off the bat. And it's very important that you have a hoe to deal with that. So, this hoe does, thankfully. It's from the car pack, this. Right, lower that down. Pick it back up. So, we'll clear the current course that's on this. Bring this over here. Line ourselves up on the corner. And same thing again. Create a course. We've got 3 headlands. A little bit excessive. So we'll go with 2 headlands. Yeah, we were doing something else with this tractor last time. So 2 headlands, start work on the center, sharpen the corners, longest edge, generate course. And first time I did it just then, I forgot to also say bypass islands. So we are bypassing the islands that are our 2 windmills. So that's all sorted. And we're starting over the far side of the field. So we'll head round there and get it set up. Nicely over this side, let's unfurl the weeder and line ourselves up. Away it goes. And there we are. So our weeder's off now, and we can take the TM155 and go and change over our balers. Before we take the old baler down to the shop, I am just going to give it a quick wash along with my tractor and probably just get it into the repair shop, check it out, make sure it's okay. But with all the muds that exists down the bottom end here, just pulling it out of the shed covers it. Missing a fair amount of paint, but not a huge amount we can do about that. I mean, we could pay to get it repainted. I don't think there's a huge boon to it. I know it gives us a little bit more money if we get it repainted, but I don't think it makes a huge difference. Tractor's looking good though. Right, let's open that shed because this is our repair shop, and we'll just get the baler into there and give it the once over. Round it goes. Got a fair amount of history with this baler. We spent 2 seasons struggling with it. And I am sorry to see it go because I do really like this baler. It has been a very big pain to try and get it to work for the farm. So let's... oh, we can't we can't repair it. That's interesting. Oh, it's actually fine. Wow. It's in great condition. Fantastic. Let's head off then and get up to the shop and get this sold. I think that unless we have a huge amount of work to do during May, we probably will just get the weeding of the sorghum fields done off camera. I think that will be the better way to go, and then we'll be able to just go straight forward into harvest next time and get things going, which is another great reason why this baler has turned up now. Let's just park this up here. Don't know if that's in the spot, but I want to get a picture of these two together before we sell it off, because that is quite a difference in size. Look at these two together. So yeah, that's the new one, which is humongous, and that is the old one, which is tiny in comparison. And they produce almost the same size bales. In fact, they do produce the same size bales, which is crazy. Right, let's see if we can sell this at this point then. And no, I am going to have to back it up a little bit. Still, some nice pictures, I think you'll agree, because they were on the thumbnail of this video. Right, all hooks back up. Let's back it up just a little bit. Don't need to worry about unhooking it. They'll do that for me. And away she goes. Let's, yeah, we can repaint, and it will cost 3,500 to do that. I actually, yeah, like final stages, we give it a repaint, yes, and we sell it, and yeah, it's not a huge amount extra, but it's sold. There we go. Our old faithful baler is gone, and we've got this new monster baler for the farm. This tractor will not pull this. It will require our biggest tractor on the farm to do it. But considering all of our tractors were struggling to pull the last baler, that is just massive on the back of that tractor. We were in a position where we needed to do that anyway. And on top of that, of course, we had bales that we just were struggling to deal with. At least now we can get an auto stacking trailer that will be able to pick all the bales up and get them up to the farm a lot quicker, which is going to be so important given the number of bales that we end up with every year. We do need actually to refuel this tractor, so we'll come back via the fuel tank. Turn it off, refill it. And this will also avoid most of the mud down this side, so we should be able to get this. We're still going to hit some mud, so we're going to get our nice new baler all muddy already just by putting it away in the shed, which is a little bit annoying. The mud is right in the entranceway here. Yeah, you can see it there. So just by going through here, we're going to make our new baler muddy, although actually not too bad. We managed to do it pretty much unscathed. And we're going to stick that in this shed here. Now, this cow shed, we've not used this at all, and this is sellable. So we could open up a whole area of the farm here just by selling it. I think it'll leave quite a big patch. I don't know if we really need this other than possibly putting in another bakery or something like that. But then somebody did suggest that we get the... Oh, wow, this is tight. Yeah, that's... there we go. Did suggest that we get the enhanced... there's an enhanced... productions mod that we can use, and someone suggested we try that. I am scraping the paint off my nice new baler right now. Let's just get it in here. I think it's all right. Quite tight. I think we should get rid of the cow barn, to be honest. It would give us a good income. We might make some money off it. Let's have a quick look and see what we've got. So the whole cow area is basically these two barns here. We are not using them at all, so it will clear all of this area here, and that will give us 2,355. Wow, that is not worth a lot of money. But we can replace it with a bakery or something like that. So, yeah. So we could put this bakery in here. Or, yeah, that bakery in there. I think we could put another bakery in. What's that? That's straw harvest stuff. And go with that possibly. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to. I think I'd like to clear this space. We've got a load of stuff that's being unused, and it just means that our space is taken out. And then we could actually extend this roadway down here, which I think would be good for accessing the lower part of this farm. So let's sell that. Let's get that out of the way, and then we can work out what we should do with this bit of the farm later. So sell that. Yes. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is just a big space that's opened up here. And we should be able to do something with that. And I think we'll rework it so that this road now extends all the way down to the bottom here. I think we could put another shed in down here somewhere. That might be quite useful. There's even space for a roadway there, although we've got eggs here from our chickens. Yeah, there's lots of space for us to do stuff with now. So I will have a think. We'll see what we put in there. But the cow barn is gone, and we no longer have to contend with the mud the whole way up the side here, which is also very useful. So I'm going to hook up to the flatbed trailer now because we want to start loading up lettuce, I think. There's quite a bit over at the garden, and I don't want it getting to the point where we're not producing anymore. We're not making a huge amount of money today, and I think that is because our systems are a little bit bunged up with well, I think we're producing flour at a higher rate than we can produce the bread, and so we're constantly got the bakery full, and we've not got the windmill full. So yeah, we constantly got flour in our bakery. The windmill is out of wheat and out of barley. Oh no, in fact it's not. It is full. It has no space. So I'm going to deactivate this so it's not doing any more at the moment. But yeah, we've got 100,000 liters of flour and no outlet for it. So when I said that we might have something to do in May, we do. We are going to have to sort out this issue because at the moment we're distributing 100,000 liters of flour. We're still working on last year's crop, and the output from our bakery just isn't fast enough to deal with the huge amount of flour we've got. So one way or the other, we've got to find a way of putting a bakery in here that will cover the amount of flour that we can produce from our windmill. I'm going to put these down now. We'll come and pick them up if we need to. But there's still plenty of fertilizer in our seeder, so that isn't a problem at all. So let's back out of this. We'll bring those forks in a bit, and then we'll start loading up the lettuce onto the trailer. I think we've got plenty of space on here and should be able to do this without any issue. I think the excess fertilizer, I said, once we have finished here this year with the seeding, any excess fertilizer is going to go into our garden. Same with any excess seed. Both of those can go into here without any issue, and we'll just keep producing lettuce, which is again, a nice little profit for the farm. We're not doing more than one garden because that does get a little bit excessive, but this will work for us fine as far as getting some extra cash in. And if I put that there, I think we can go 3 across, although I also tend to do these as 2 sideways on, but we can't really get in there with this JCB, so we will just load these up 3 across, and hopefully that will all fit. Now this is the trouble. This is why I don't normally do them 3 across. If I go to lock them down, we can see that the belt only gets the middle ones. So these 2 end ones, they aren't clamped. So if I now come in here with my telehandler, you can see that is completely lift-offable. So yeah, we can't do that. We are going to have to get these so that we are end on. So that is going to be a lot of fun, because that is going to mean reworking exactly how all this is done. I need to work my way around a little bit. Not a huge amount though. This is a much smaller amount of lettuce, so they'll fit on here. Or maybe they'll fit on. Yeah, I've got an idea. I'm going to move some stuff about a bit and see if we can fit these on a little bit better. Still doing them this way. So I think I worked out how to get this to work. I'm only going to go 2 across in the middle. We've not got too many. It does mean a bit of wasted trailer space, but that's not a massive issue because, as I said, there aren't that many. We've only got 1 more set of pallets after this, plus a single. So that will all fit on here very easily. We'll make a nice little bit of cash today off these. Really, I want to be getting back to being at 360,000 as quickly as possible. We've got a lot of money that we need to make this year in order to hit our target. We've got £1 million to pay off by the end of this year. And the money is there. It is, or the crop is there. You know, we have 100,000 liters of flour. That will make us probably £200,000 worth of bread if we can process it all. And that's the trouble. We've got to up all of our production so that we can actually process that. Because if we can make $500,000 off this year's crops, that means we can make $500,000 off next year's crops as well. And as a result, we will make that £1 million. Final pallet up onto our telehandler, round and onto the trailer. Yeah, this is good. I'm pleased with this. I was worried that with our other tractors out and about, I was going to find that I didn't really have anything to do on the farm today, and that would have been a dull video. So I'm kind of glad that we do have a trailer full of lettuces to sell. If I can just unload this. There we go. Yeah, just push those on a little bit with the pines into place. Yep, that will do. Strap that down then, like so, and that's good. That's 11 pallets of the lettuce that we have to sell. So I'll just back this off. We'll park this here, and we're good. Right, let's go sell the lettuce. And before we do that, I think I'm just gonna go and check on what status is here. Yeah, seed level is still low. Manure level, I see we don't need solid fertilizer in here. We have so much manure on the farm at the moment. So yeah, it is just working away doing lettuce. It just doesn't do it very fast. Our lettuce needs delivering down here to Ridgeway Goods, so get this down here. I'm worried about getting this trailer out the other side. We have had this trailer out the other side before, but it's really quite a tight turn. So we'll pull into here. Yeah, that's cleared out. Let's see how much this lettuce makes. Pull onto here. He's selling everything. And it's going up quite nicely. We'd like to see those numbers fly up. And there we go. 8,302 plus 176 on the environmental score. Fantastic. So, yeah, just under 8,500. Now, just need to get the trailer out of here. Oh, we're okay. We're a little bit in the hedge, but we're okay. Good to see our cedar going well. That's made it about 2/3, 3/4 of the way through that field. So that's really good news. I think before we finish today, I want to try and solve this problem we've got. See if I can't work out how we can improve our bakery production and get that flour process through, because our current bakery just isn't fast enough to process stuff and get it out the door the other side. Just putting this away, and there's a plow in this shed that we've never used. It just sat here the whole time. It came with the farm and it's just, yeah, just completely unused. I just don't know. I think we probably want to sell it at some point. 2 years without a single bit of use. And I'm not sure that even if we did use it, it would take forever to do any of our fields with that. So, yeah, not sure about that. We'll have to have a think. Same as I'm going to have a think about this area now and see if there's something that I can do with it, or there's some other way that we can improve our bread output to get all of that flour processed. So I think there's two ways that we can handle our production issues with the bread. We've got all this space here, so I've downloaded an industrial bakery mod. Let's have a quick look at that. And this is 90,000. Will it fit in this area? It might, won't fit that way round. Oh, might fit this way round. Does say it's overlapping with something else, so we'd have to do a standard sort of placement. But yeah, I think we could place it so that it's in here quite nicely and would be able to work fairly well. So that's an option. 90,000 for that. The other mod I've added is the upgradable productions mod. So we've got this upgrade button added on here now. We're currently running at 48 per day at a £60 production cost. So if we upgrade this, that's going to cost me nothing. So yeah, let's upgrade this for nothing. Nothing is so much better than £90. So yes, production costs per month and output now is 103. So that's more than doubled our amount that we're outputting. But it has also massively increased our production costs per month. I think, I can't remember exactly what our amount was. I should have written these down before I upgraded. Let's upgrade again, and I will write it down this time. So it's 103 and 114. So let's take this up to a level 3, see if it'll cost us anything to do that. No, it won't. So yes, and we've got 158 and 168. So that is a 55 cycle per month increase for £54. That is really good. I think we want to take this up to 5 times then. We'll take it up to a level 5. And that is going to cost us a lot more money per month, but we have the money to spend doing it. But it's going to do 268 as opposed to the 48 we were doing before. So, yeah, that's more than 5 times as much. Huge increase in capacity as well. So that is really, really good. And the wheat, the barley, we can start processing that again because we now have space. Look at that. We have a huge amount of space now available to us. So we will activate that again, and we can start distributing the flour again. But it's going through really quickly now. So we still have this area here to decide what to do with. Not quite sure what I'm going to do with that. Final job I need to do today, if we're going to be skipping ahead, is to get the eggs loaded up. We have a lot of pallets of eggs around here at the end of our first chicken shed. The second chicken shed isn't producing quite as many yet. So I want to get these 4 pallets loaded up onto here. I don't think I've picked these up. No, I can't. So these need to go on here. They need to go 2 wide. So we will go and sort that out with the telehandler. We've got a random one of the egg boxes over here. I think actually this is... We did have a random one originally over here for chickens, or from chickens, but they weren't in this pen. Now that we got them in this pen, they've completed this one. But I wonder if we originally had some chickens in here, and for some reason we ended up not having any. If I get that on the side like this, and we can get our telehandler off the wall. There we go. Yeah, in comes a new one there. This is full, so that's good news. We then just want to spin around here and grab another one on the other fork. And this is how it's best to load them onto this trailer, is to get them on side by side and next to each other, but not if it causes that sort of problem. Trouble is that the way this trailer is, you have to get them right next to each other. And we'll just grab that there, back it off, and then get them like that. And this trailer is, yeah, only wide enough to take 2 side by side. It's a great little trailer, wonderful for transporting eggs and bits like this. But it is a bit of an awkward one to fill up. Will that go on there? You see, even that is too wide. That is crazy. Forward and in. I think that has probably got it. Yeah, that's got it. So what I do now is back off, lift up, and this will take 6 of these pallets. But sliding them on, that is the tricky part. Right, and then bend that to the end, back it out, and look at that, load it up. Last one, and we'll just grab this and get it on here. That way they are all loaded up, and our chickens is as clear as they can be for the next 2 days, or actually it's probably going to be sort of the next 3 months, I think, so that we can get up to our harvest. And yeah, we'll be able to fit another one of these on here. I'm going to leave this here though, and that way if we do over the next couple of days have eggs that need loading up, I can do so, and we can be ready to sell before we start the harvest. I think that's it for today though. The rain has started to fall. Hopefully we'll be able to get these fields finished. I don't think it will affect us too much with any luck. So I'm pretty excited about this year's harvest. We should get a really good yield off here. We should be able to get a very nice amount of flour from at least 3 of our crops. And then the canola, which we've got here in the KiwiMedic field, that should make us a very nice amount of money as well on top. We are going into this harvest with 417,264. So in the past year, since the last harvest, we have made nearly 500,000. We take the pigs into consideration as well, and we might just make this. So we're going to crack on. We're going to get stuff harvested as quickly as possible. We've got about 6 months to make the remaining 500,000 or just over 500,000 in order to get this done. And this year we're going to be able to directly sell off the straw as well. I think we'll make more on that than we have in our power plant previously, and we'll be able to sell it off all in one go. Let's get this all started up. Oh, we need to unfold it first. There we go. Started all up. And then forwards. Oh, stuck in the mud a little bit. So we're going to have to take a run at it. We'll put the header down and away we go through the mud. And this is why I didn't wash the combine before we started harvest this year, because we just weren't going to actually get into this field at all without ending up with a dirty combine. But it's away and we are already doing pretty well. Yep, that is a good color. It's about the same as last year. In fact, I think that's marginally better. And as we get to the top end of the field here, that marginally better is showing up as 125% yield bonus. And this is purely because this year we got the yield under control with the lime, the pH level, in fact, under control with the lime. It's meant that we've ended up with a really good amount of wheat off here, and wheat is the best thing for us to be putting into the mill. If we can get wheat in, that has a better yield from the mill of flour than our other two crops do, other than the sorghum, which just produces the flour, doesn't give us any pig food, and the barley, which is slightly worse. It's only a fraction, but it gives us slightly more pig food and slightly less flour. So as a result, getting a good yield off the wheat is going to give us an even better amount of flour. And look at that, we aren't even the whole way around the field and we're already at 85% full. That means we're going to have to cut in a little bit, make some space, and allow our tractor and trailer to empty. In fact, at 90%, let's lift up. We'll back ourselves up like this, and we'll cut in so that we can get the tractor and trailer in. Now, the downside to this, of course, is we'll lose a little bit of the straw, because that gets picked up by the Beware of Straw mod. Bring that to there. Back this off. I'm going to turn off the thresher and the header, because we want to get the tractor and trailer up here and get this emptied. And this year I'm going to use the TM55. What I do want to do is just pop into our workshop and get some front weights on it, because if we got a trailer on the back, we are going to be having a little bit of weight there. So let's customize that. And we just want to add the front weight on. So configuration of a 750 kilogram front weight. That should do the trick. Customize that. That's going to cost us £600, but that's all right. We don't use this tractor for any front loading stuff at all. So it's all good. I did get all of my vehicles and everything repaired before we started the harvest. During the downtime that we had over the last few months, when we skipped ahead, I had everything go and get inspected and repaired and sorted. So we shouldn't have any issues with the maintenance of our equipment during the harvest, which is great. And it didn't cost me too much. We did have to roll and we did have to weed the GamingFFC field. So we got those two things done while we were in between the last video and this one. It would have been a lot of repetition, so I kind of just skipped over it. We got it done behind the scenes and pretty easy to cover. And yeah, we've just skipped forwards to the point where we're ready to harvest. Oh, and we got more lettuce to sell as well. So all in all, actually, we are in a really good position going into this harvest for where we're going to come out at the end of the year. So down to our harvester with the tractor and trailer, pull underneath, I might get the tractor and trailer just following us around the field after this, seeing as we're probably going to be emptying earlier. Empty this out, and then we'll continue on. Just that little strip from where we emptied back to the start of the field was another 26% of this combine. That is amazing. That is a massive amount up here. And this is the lower yielding part of the field. The upper part of the field is just so much higher. This is the 100% yield down here. Up here, where I've left the tractor, actually, because I knew I wasn't going to... there was no point in getting the tractor to follow the combine when I knew I was going to be coming back up this way. But it's just... That's insane. We are nearly 50% full, just going down and back again. What I'm going to do here, I'm just going to move the tractor and trailer out the way, bring it round behind, and get it to follow the combine. It will use a little bit of money, but I don't think that's a problem. It'll make it easier for us to actually unload. We'll only have to bring the combine up. Someone did comment on one of my videos and say there is a way of getting, in fact, it's one of the Purbeck videos, saying there is a way of getting Follow Me to actually control it from this vehicle, from the vehicle in front. And while there was definitely one in FS19, I've not been able to get it to work in FS22. It used to be you'd hold control and then you could adjust the machine behind. But yeah, I've not got it to work on here unless there's been an update to Follow Me, and now that's working. We're 90% full, so I'm going to put the auger out and we're going to try this. So if I do that... Yeah, I'm pressing control and trying to control the tractor behind. That's not happening. So it doesn't look like you can control Follow Me in FS22 or the following vehicle in FS22 from the vehicle in front. If there is a command, somebody let me know in the comments below because I am very unsure about how to do it. We are full though. Time to get this unloaded, and in fact we're at 45%, so this should take us up to 90% full on this field. Let's bring this under, or 90% full on this tractor, and doing so we'll go and tip this then. So empty this out and we're good to go. 90% full. Oh wow, it's gone up a little bit higher, 94%. So yeah, we should be able to get a full trailer with 2 full tanks, because that was a full tank this time. The previous load we did wasn't quite. I didn't let the combine actually stop. We cut in a little bit early to make sure we weren't going to have a problem. Part of my reasoning for putting this tractor on this trailer this year was to see if it had any bigger issue going up this hill. It doesn't. It's actually doing a bit faster. We were dropping to sort of 4 or 5 miles an hour while we were using the 8340 on here. This does seem to be handling this a little bit better. So as sort of our mid workhorse tractor that this is, along with our 8340, I think that getting this doing the carting is probably the better way to go. Put our grain into the silo. And once it's done, we'll head back up to the field and continue on. I think we should get this field knocked out today. I don't know if we'll get into the canola. This end of the field is really fiddly. Just trying to get this small area and keep it on the right angle. I think the angle that I'm after is 325, although this feels a little bit off. It feels like yeah, I think I'm a little bit off with my angle. I think I want to be a little bit higher of an angle. So we'll keep cracking away at it. We'll clear this area out and then we'll correct ourselves after that. So I've cleared out most of the weird angle or the weird bit at the bottom. And I'm coming up here because I want to absolutely get this angle right. So we're going to turn around here and come in and cut along here. Get this angle in about the right place. And yeah, 135 I think is the angle we're going down here at. So that's what we want, and that should clear things up. And yeah, you can see my angle is ever so slightly off further down the end bit here. So we'll be able to sort of clear this up. We'll get this wedge that we've created sorted, and then the rest of the field should run pretty well. We've only got half a tank off that whole section of field though, so a little bit of a tough bit there, but we've corrected it, and we should be able to get the rest of this field cut as we want to now. I'll go up the top end, we'll cut in, we've got plenty of space in the combine, and I think we'll get another trailer full off this field. You can see from the lines of the stubble behind us here that this is absolutely the angle that we also did the seeding on this field at and got it rolled at. So this is the best way to do this field, or the best angle to do this field at. This is by far the longest stretch we do with this cut-in, and it's taken us to 93% full. That is excellent news. So we'll start cutting back up the other way and get this up to 100%, because we know that 2 full tanks off this combine will give us a full trailer. And I think there's more than 2 full tanks off here, given that we had quite a lot off that strip just then. I think we're in really good shape. We're going to 8,000 and done. Right, auger out. Let's go refill the tractor and trailer. And we can leave the tractor and trailer in the middle of the field here now. We've got a few rows that we're going to be cutting here, and I think we'll get another full combine before too long. So empty this out, and then we'll be able to continue on. We're nearly full again, and I'm wondering how close we can get to the tractor and trailer before we have a full tank. It would be really useful to not have to travel much distance to empty it, especially with a fairly full trailer already. There we go. There's the 8,000 litres. Back it up. Turn off the header, and we'll go and get the tractor and trailer. I'm really pleased with this field so far. This is our second full trailer off here. This is 32,000 litres. I think if this is well, we got 2 8,000 litre tanks. I think we'll get about 32,000 litres in total. Yeah, 16,000 takes us to 96% full in the trailer. So perfect time to go and tip. And yeah, we're just under 32,000 litres because, of course, we were slightly lower with our first load. Now, I actually made a mistake with our first load. We wanted that to go into here, into the windmill, instead of into our silo. So I'm going to have to go and grab that and put that in here at the end of the day, I think. For now, I'm just going to back this here. I need to find a better way of coming round to this, though, because that is unwieldy. Back it into here. Whoa. And with wheat in our windmill, we'll be able to get it started going again. Although it's spinning now. I'm guessing it's run out of stuff to do. Let's have a quick look. Oh, that's tipping. So, yeah, it's out of barley flour, so we'll deactivate that. We will activate this version of the wheat flour because that produces pig food. So activate that. And how's our bakery doing? I've actually upgraded the bakery to a 5x bakery. It's got through almost all the flour. And in fact, so we still have money to come from last year's harvest because flour is still being made into bread there. And yeah, this year's harvest will start making flour to go through there as well now. So this is going to be great. We've just got to hope that we can get it all processed in time. And oh, let's go through this little cut through here. We've got just about half the field done, and that's quite a dark streak of green up at the top end of here. This row isn't showing quite so well, but that's because it's a very thin row, and therefore the yield is very much down for the full width of the combine, and precision farming does not handle that very well. But all in all, that is a 125% yield across most of here. So we'll cut in here, 135 degrees. That will be a nice setup for our next cut in. We're looking good. Turned into quite a nice sunny day here in Moss Valley. I'm pleased that it's as sunny as it is, that it is having as nice a harvest as it is, and this is going this well. I mean, that's 3 and a bit rows. I think that have basically given us another full tank off the combine. So we're looking at 4 rows, let's call it, giving us a full tank off here. That is really good. That is going to be at least 1 more full tank, probably. Actually, no, looking at this, I think this is possibly even 3 more full tanks off here. Another trailer and a half, and that would be amazing. That is gonna be another 32,000 liters, that including the one that we have here now. Ta-da! Because yeah, that's kind of where the yield on here is going. That would be exceptionally good. I'm very happy with that. I can't wait to get onto this field with our new baler and have a go at these rows. They're quite thick with straw, which is great, and they are looking really, really nice and straight, and should be good. And our big tractor should be able to pull that up this field without too much difficulty. And I think it's going to perform better than our other baler did. Should work much better on that tractor. We've got the horsepower on that tractor as well, so that's good news. And it's just going to be a joy to be able to pick up those bales without too much worry. I think we're probably going to get an auto stacker. See if we can get a high auto stacker and see if it will actually pile bales outside of our furnace. And if it does that, then we should end up with a really easy method of processing bales, because we still have plenty of bales to do our pigs with. And in fact, our pigs are not getting through the straw that quickly. So I think it's going to be a case of just seeing where we are. Now, I'm a little bit worried here because we've just started to cut in and we are over 80% full. 98, 99. Oh no, we are just short. That is very, very annoying, because what that means is I gotta back all the way out and empty at the top end of the field. There we go. And this is going to give us a full trailer as well. So we'll get this up to our windmill. And I think I may have overestimated exactly how much we have left on here. I think we've got another full tank, but I don't think there's much more than that. This part of the field is much shorter, and as a result, it's taking a lot longer to actually fill the combine. We are only up to 32% and having done 2 lines. So, oh no, 45. So yeah, another couple of lines, I think, and we will find that we have a full tank, which will be good. But you can see that there's only really another line on this side. I think there's probably 1 on the other side, or 2 more on the other side looking at it. So we are... yeah, we're definitely looking at coming towards the end of the field here, and whether it's much more than a single tank, I don't know, but that does kind of lend credence to the fact that we unloaded early on that first headland. And that might be the little bit that we have left over in the combine at the end. Yeah, we're coming to the end of this row and we are at 90%. So it is going to be just over a full tank that we have left on this field. I got to go down the field and come back round, I think, in order to get all of that end bit in. It's a little bit kicked out. And this is the trick. If it is a little bit kicked out, come at it from this angle here and cut into it. And then you can kick round and you should be able to get most of it in. I mean, there's a small tuft I've left there. But that was the vast majority of that we got. Auger out. We'll keep an eye on how full we are just to make sure we don't drive into any crop. But we're coming very close to a full tank. And this is our last full width row on the field. A little bit more and there. Right. Turn off the header. We are nice and close to our tractor and trailer. So let's spin round, unload this, and we're just about done. And looks like just in time as well. There is rain on the way, and I'm very much like to not be still out here harvesting when that rain starts to fall. Just a small little bit to finish off. And straight down the middle. Put the middle of our comb and put it in the middle there like that. That is the easiest way to make sure we don't miss any. We're absolute guaranteed all of it will come in. Plus, that's a great way to avoid picking up any straw in the header as well, which we don't want to do at the moment. And we'll stop that there. We'll turn all of that off. And I think I left my auger out. No, I didn't. So, auger out. And then we'll come and empty the last little bit. And that's it. All out. We'll head off. We'll go get this tipped. Next time, we will get started on the canola. And I think we'll probably get a hired worker running on that. And then we can start baling this up while we're also doing the carting. So I have set up a course play course for this field, for the KiwiMedic field, to get us started in here. Just going to pull in a little bit. And then you can see the course play course we got set up here. This should handle everything fairly well. So let's get it started. First waypoint and away it goes. We got this really useful harvester fill level mod that we've got top right here. This will help us to keep an eye as we're doing the bales today on making sure that the harvester doesn't get too full. So I think that will help keep an overall eye on everything and keep everything going nicely. So now that the harvester is going, I want to grab our big tractor, as this is the only one capable of actually handling the new baler. And we'll squeeze down here. It gets really dirty with all this mud down here, so we might have to give everything a wash at the top. We're going to need to fill the baler with some twine as well. And I think I've got some twine on the farm already from our last baler. So we should be able to pick that up without too much difficulty. So let's get this into here. Yeah, look at how dirty this tractor is already. What's our level like on fuel on this tractor? It's not too bad. So yeah, we'll just get this up the top. We'll give all of this a wash. Because that tractor's looking very dirty and we're going through more mud with it. And look at the state of our brand new baler as well. Yeah. So we'll just bring this over here. We'll give it a quick wash down now that we've got all that mud on it. And then I'm going to have to get the telehandler out of there and go and get the twine. I really like this high density baler. It's the first time I've got to use this in a series. And I've been wanting to use it ever since FS22 came out. So the idea of getting to use it is brilliant. I'm really liking that. And this tractor should be able to pull it. I'm thinking we're going to be a lot better off than we were with the previous baler, where none of our tractors could handle it. for whatever reason, was up with that mod. This one should handle it better, and it will produce bales that we can put into a bale stacker. So we're going to try and probably lease one of those. We have got 436,000. So the money is continuing to roll in. We've only harvested a quarter of this year's crop so far. So yeah, it's all looking pretty good for us as far as making that million by the end of this year, just provided that we can get everything done and in and processed by the time the end of the year rolls round. So the twine is in here. I'm gonna squeeze this round. I am not a huge fan of these sheds. It's quite tight in here. I mean, it's nice that our JCB is so maneuverable, but it's a little bit of an issue to try and get everything in. So we'll come out at a bit of an angle and try not to catch it on the post. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I've used these as storage sheds, but I'm not sure they're a great use for that. In fact, I think I might have a better storage shed. Let's refill that. We might be able to actually get this into the shed over here, which hasn't been much use for anything else so far. So in here. Now, Moss Valley has been released for console, so there's an update on PC and there's a release for console. Is this going to work in here? Might. Yeah. I think it would work even better with a little, well, maybe a little forklift. I don't think that would get over the actual entrance. Oh, God, no. I think we'll have a go with that later. I need a better storage place, I think, for my twine. But now, though, we will get into this and head out and down. We've got our tractor and trailer ready up here. But we should be able to get this down to the field without too much hassle past that. And get some baling started. It is amazing how this baler dwarfs even our biggest tractor on the farm. That's a little bit crazy. I'm not quite sure about what's going on there. I mean, it does have the power to run this and should have no issues. Yeah, like so. We'll see how it is going uphill, especially the steep part at the far side of the field here. And we're not creating the biggest bales. We probably should be, though. But I think this can actually do bigger bales. Yeah, we're only doing the 220 centimeter bales. I'm hoping the stacker is going to be able to stack bales immediately outside of our heating plant. And then we can just put a big stack there, let it process the whole stack, and then go from there. But we'll see how we do. And 6 miles an hour, that is faster than the other baler was going. So this already is an improvement. Harvester is 80% full, has made it up to the corner here. So what we'll do is empty it as we're going downhill. Lower that to 6 miles an hour on the cruise control to try and match our combine. And yeah, this should be fairly good. This combine, this tractor, and this trailer are a really good match. And if we're emptying going downhill here, that's going to be good for keeping everything going. The thing is, today, it's very much about keeping things going and keeping things flowing. We're going to make a decent amount of money off this canola at the end of the year. So I want to make sure that we grab as much off here and we're as efficient as possible. We've still got a fair amount of other crops to go. But in general, this harvest is going well. We're in a good position. We should hit 500,000 before too long as our flour continues to process. And we've still got the barley flour to go through as well. We've got all the pigs to sell. We've got eggs to sell. There's money coming in on the farm all the time. Whether we hit the £1 million that we need, we'll see. but at the moment things just seem to be running fairly well. 2 1/3 bales, just over 2 1/3 bales off first headland, so not a massive large amount of straw on here. Gonna go back up this side here. First I want to get this aligned and set up. And not taking us too long either. We are 33% full on the harvester again, so that is all running well. I'm quite happy with this. It's 2 minutes past 10. We've not had to spend too long getting set up, and as a result we are making good headway here on these fields today. I'm wanting to get both these headlands done fairly quickly. I can see the combine going up the side of the hill over there, and we want to make sure that we get both of these jobs done today. We can then get these bales cleared off here pretty quickly now that we have a baler that will allow us to get stuff stacked and yeah, keep that money rolling in. Combine has surpassed 80% full again, so we'll empty it out. I think it's got one more headland. I think we've put 3 headlands on here with this, so that should keep running fairly well. However, this is gonna give us a full trailer to go and tip, so we'll go and tip this into the grain store and get that done. Managed to slow our harvester down. We got a bit close to it, but it's empty, so we're good. Let's not destroy any of our sorghum. We'll reverse that up, get ourselves a better turning angle. There we go, and back up to the farm and tip this into our grain store. Wow, this is so much better than our other baler. We are going up this hill right up the middle at 7 miles an hour. We just have not managed to do that so far. So this is just making this whole job so much nicer to do, so much easier, and having done 2 headlands and a bit, we are up to 6 bales. So that is a really good start. We certainly look on track to be able to handle all of this today, which is great news. Our harvester is only up to 45%, so we'll be able to get that emptied out before too long. And our bales are coming along nicely. We'll get through this field today and get back on track. I am very, very pleased with this. I can't overstate. I know I'm repeating myself a little bit in this video, but yeah, where we are now on the farm is a really good place, and with 6 months to go, we are looking to be in a really strong position. I need to try and catch the combine before it gets to the bottom of the hill here. We want it emptied out completely before it goes and does a cut in. We should be able to do that though if we just follow it down, and that will mean that it just cuts in with a completely empty grain tank. We'll have no issue whatsoever with it actually cutting in and going, and it's doing a really good job. I said things are going well today. They're going well because we are in a position where the combine is just kept going. It's not stopping for anything at any point, and as a result we are just able to keep that flowing. Yes, we're breaking up a little bit on the baler, but that isn't a huge issue because the baler can keep going. Oh, is it doing 4 headlands? It's doing 4 headlands. Okay, so we've got 1 more to empty at the top. I forgot I'd set it to 4. Always set it to 1 more headland than you think when using courseplay. Courseplay always needs that extra space to turn around. Been doing alternating rows on here, which is great for this tractor because the turning circle on it is awful. I know why now that there's a super steer version of this tractor, because yeah, getting this to actually turn in a tight area and do the next line along is really difficult, especially when you're coming round to a longer line. You can even see here that's quite tight just to get that to turn around to there. However, it is working and we're doing fairly well, and we are up to 14 bales so far. Meanwhile, our combine has actually started to cut in, and I hadn't realized this, so it was only 3 headlands that I did. However, it's got in there without too much hassle. We did have it nice and empty when it started it, and we just need to get up to the top of the field and empty it before it gets full. Shouldn't be too difficult because it is doing a turn at the top, although this tractor, of course, with a full trailer does struggle a little bit. But yeah, the combine's doing a turn, so it's not actually filling at the moment. And we should be able to pick it up and empty it as it comes back round. 93, 94. It stopped at 95. Just as I'm bringing the trailer round. Oh, the trailer might empty. Yeah, there we go. And that will keep things going. Only a small stop, which is fine. And we'll then be able to go and empty into our grain store from the top of the field here once the combine is emptied, which is even better. The less we have to climb this hill with this trailer full, the better. And yeah, we're going to get a full trailer off this, I think. Or almost 96%. That will do. So we're about halfway through the field. In fact, we're a little over halfway through the field because we've done the headlands and we got 16 bales off here so far. So looking at probably around about 30 bales, maybe, judging by what we got off the headlands. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 28 bales off here in total. That wouldn't be too bad. That would be a single bale stacker's worth. So yeah, not bad at all. Now the combine is in the middle of a cut-in now, and we are at 86%. I'm hoping it's going to make it to the top of the field and not decide to try and cut in and make space. It does have enough space in the harvester to do it, and it is perfect. Oh, I was worried that that was going to do a cut-in right at the end of the field, but it seems to have worked out that it can actually make it to the end, which is great. So we'll come in with it here and empty it on the way down, and that means we can just leave the tractor and trailer actually in this cut-in to empty the harvester once it gets full again. And again, that disrupts us a lot less than if we were trying to just follow it around all the time. This baler has made such a difference to doing this job. Before, it was painful. It was difficult to bale fields. Now it's an absolute breeze. I'm so pleased this came up with the in the sales. It has just allowed us to do a whole load of baling with so much less effort than we had before. Now, one thing I will say is I had a load of problems. It's actually the second time I tried to record this video, because I got into sort of the first little bit and got into baling here, and I'd updated the twine add-on, and yeah, it crashed the game. So if you are running the twine add-on on your game, I recommend not updating unless you're starting. Well, yeah, I think you have to start a new game. Even when I put a new baler and new twine in, it still had the problems. So yeah, don't update the twine add-on in an existing game. Use the existing one you've got, and only add the latest version at the start of a new game. Final row, and we have got 23 bales, so we might get up to 25 if we're lucky. Yeah, we're on 24, and the 25th is currently pressing. If this is a little bit short, then there are a couple of piles of straw around the field that we can possibly get to get a 25th bale out of here. And I think we're going to be looking at trying to get those, because we are at 70. Nope, we're at 82%. So yeah, there is plenty of straw on this field for us to go around and collect up and get that last bale off here. So I'm going to head around the field and see what I can find. Another load from the combine. So I think this is our third full trailer off here today. Really good. I'm very happy about that. We do have rain on the way, but that isn't going to hit till 7 o'clock this evening. So I think we should be pretty much in the clear. And I've managed to find a clump of straw around the headland up here where I missed. Basically had lots of trouble maneuvering around the top end of the field here. So we'll see if this is enough to do it. There's, yeah, 2 nice short rows, almost complete rows up the top here. That might do the trick. That takes me up to 95%. So yeah, this should be enough up here. Complete a bale and give us 25 in total off of here. That's 96. And there we go, 97, 98, 99, and that's done it. Fantastic. Right, I'm not worried about any of the other smaller pieces on here. We will get this unloaded, drop those 3 bales off the back. Might have to rock that. Sometimes you have to rock them off the back to get them to go. No, little bit more. So up and down. Now that is just going to sit vertical. Go on. Off you go. Off the back of my... There we are. Off the back of my baler. And yeah, we can go part this up ready for when we do the barley next time. With the rain coming at 7 o'clock this evening, I think we're going to be cutting it a little bit close with this, and we may not get all of the canola harvested today. That's not the end of the world. We can still continue it into August. We'll then go straight into the barley as soon as we've done that, and then straight into the sorghum after that. We have plenty of time, though, to get all of that done. And in the background, we can start getting those bales collected up on that other field. So I'm looking, I think, to be most of the way through this field today, and then moving into the barley tomorrow after we finish in here, and then the sorghum straight after that. So we'll probably be going across fields for the next couple of days. All 3 of these fields are big. It's not like field 25 where it's a smaller field, or that is our smallest field on the farm, and getting through that is fairly quick and easy. This is definitely a case of us needing to take a little bit more time for these harvests. And just empty that out, and yeah, we're at 49%, so we can sit here and wait for the harvester to fill up again. But yeah, we will keep going today until the rain comes, and at that point we will be looking at finishing off whatever's left tomorrow. It's 20 to 7, and the rain at the moment is holding off. I know that as soon as I say that, we're gonna be getting it fairly soon. We got another load off the combine. I think we're gonna get another full tank off here as well, and I'm just hoping that the result of this is that we do end up getting this field knocked out today. It's how long this rain is gonna take, and with the combine standing here, it's just adding to the worry about that rain. If we can get it done today, that would be great, but time is getting very, very short. And in fact, as I say that, and as I go to tip this load, the rain has started falling. So that is going to be it for today. The combine cannot continue, and we've got maybe 4 or 5 rows of canola to knock out in the morning. We'll then be on to the barley. So we're starting today by heading down to the shop. I need to get something to collect the bales up, and as you can see, the rain is still falling at the moment, so there's no way we can get the harvester restarted. Now, once we have a couple of hours go past, this rain is meant to clear up, so with any luck we'll be able to get started at that point, as long as the mud isn't too deep. But it's a little bit of a blow actually to not be able to get started right off the bat this morning. The fields we got to do are pretty large. Field 32, especially where the barley is, that is our biggest field now that we've split field 33, and as a result we're going to need probably today and part of tomorrow to get it done as well. I think the harvest is going to go into September, and this rain is really not helping the situation. But we'll pop up here in the shop. We're going to lease something to get these bales done, and we're going to hold on to it for a couple of days. And that is one of these, an Arkusen FSX 6372. This is a bale stacker. This is part of the reason why we got the new baler, because we couldn't use one of these with the other baler that we had with the D1000. So we'll put some Michelin tires on it, and we need to pick somebody for the number plate. And congratulations to Zach B. You've been selected at random, so we are going to go with ZA22CHB to get your full name on the number plate. We will okay that, and with no other configuration changes to make, we will lease that, and it's going to cost us 4,590. And this is why we're not buying it, because it would cost us so much more. We're probably going to have to hold on to this for a couple of days, I think, in order to actually get all of the bales, because we're going to be going round and getting the barley baled up and collected as well. And I'm hoping that this tractor is going to be enough to handle this. I think so. I mean, looking at the size of it, we should be all right. We might have some fun right now. We're going to head down and we're going to try and get on the field. But with all this rain, I think we might have a little bit of mud on there as well. As we're picking up these bales, we do actually have a great demand at Greer Lane bales turn up. And I'm just kind of wondering what that is like and whether it applies to the straw. And no, it doesn't look like it does. In fact, I'm not 100% sure what that applies to. But it's not the straw, and we'll make more money getting it into our heating plant. So let's head through here and see how bad this mud is on the field. And it's not great. In fact, yeah, that's pretty deep. So we'll have to see whether this actually works and whether we can get these collected up. It's not too bad, but we are going to make this pretty muddy doing this job. I might have to go up to the farm and get another job we need to get done first. Yeah, this is not going to be happy doing this. So, let's leave this here. I think what we'll do is we'll come back once everything dries out a bit. That doesn't mean there's nothing to do on the farm, though, because we do need to get some feed into the pigs. The pigs are looking a little bit low on their feed, and thankfully, our windmill has been creating a whole load of pig food. Of course, we've not created anything while the canola's been harvested, because the canola doesn't come into here. But we have done it with the wheat. So let's get that in and up. So we'll put 3 in each of our pig pens. If we have a quick look at them before we do this, the pigs have 3,000 liters each, I think. Oh yeah, wow, one of them is a lot lower. So the Bedlam Black Pied, whichever one that's in, we need to put at least 3,000 in there first and then do it. So which one is this? Have a look. No, yeah, this is the Black Pied. This is the other ones. What do we got in here? Yeah, this is the Land Race. So we need to put 3,000 liters into this one first to even things up. And then we can go from there. So let's do that. They seem to be eating a lot quicker, but they are a lot lower in their feed. So that's got that one, and that's the second. So yeah, we'll put 3,000 liters in here. We'll put an extra. So we'll take another full stack to put in here. That's 4,000. Then we just need to put one more in the one at the top. And maybe try and split the other between them. Or maybe we just leave the other box until we get a bit more of the pig food coming out. No. Oh, no, that is right. I was worried for a moment. Oh, I can do it that way. That would be great. So there we go. So that means that things should have evened up a bit. The land race are good. 4,800. 3,000. Okay, the rest. So there's nearly 5,000 in there then. The rest, that can all go into the other one. And that kind of evens it up. It puts it about 200 liters between the two pig pens, which is exactly where we want this to be. I really want to have all of that evened up and put in a better place. It's slightly annoying, this rain and this mud. We can't get onto our fields to sort stuff. And as a result, it's just slowing everything down. But at least the pigs are fed. I wonder, do we have any feed that we can give the chickens? What are the chickens looking like? 3,000 liters in one pen, 4,000 liters in the other. And I think we have some wheat in storage. Yeah, we have 16,000 liters of wheat in storage. I think what I might do is top up the chickens while we're here and give them some more wheat. So we did keep a trailer of wheat back. We can just go and grab that now, and we can put 8,000 liters in each chicken pen, and just top them up and keep them going as well. The more we can get from the chickens, the better. In fact, we might be able to sell a load of eggs today while this rain is going and while we're waiting for the fields to dry out, because yeah, the rain has begun to stop. 8,592. How much does that leave in our silo? Will it tell me? Yeah, rain has fully stopped now. We have 7,000. Okay, so I need to leave about 500 liters in this trailer when I'm tipping this. Open this up. This is such an easy way to do this. And tip it. And up it goes. In it starts to go. And that's going pretty fast. So stop it there. Oh, wow. That is, we've filled it. So the rest can go into the trailer. We will close this. And yeah, I think we'll end up filling both chicken areas, which is great news because that just means the chickens can keep going. How much will the second chicken pen take? Let's try it. So hit that. In it goes. And there we are. We're left with 4,000 liters. The full chicken pen. Fantastic. So our animals should keep going without too much trouble. I am going to leave the extra 4,000 litres in here. We could put it into our windmill and get it to process, but I think instead we'll leave it in here, and if we do need to top up our chickens, we'll be able to. Fields are beginning to dry out though, and that means that I can get some more bales collected up. It's not dried out a huge amount, but it's enough to be able to start getting around this field. Which is good. I don't want to start harvesting more canola though until the field's dried out a bit more. This field we can muck about with a little bit. There we are, and wait. Let's fold that up and drag this up this field. If I can get up to the top, that would be good. I think we get 14 bales in this, so it will be a couple of trips to get all of these collected, and I don't know how quickly they'll process through the heating plant. Field is beginning to dry out fairly well. We've got one more bale that we can get on this stack, and then the rest won't be a full stack, but it will require a second trip to the field. Fold that up, and we can get this up to the heating plant and see if we can get that working and getting that processing these, and then maybe by the time we get back to the field, things will have dried out enough for us to be able to A, get the harvest started, and B, get around that field without too much hassle. And this is why I kept this road round the top here. It allows us to come right round and line ourselves up with the heating plant here. And the way these bales are stacked on this trailer should mean that we can unload them right in front of the heating plant and them all end up getting processed. Now, the only thing that worries me is whether we can do this with the way that the drop down will come in, the pickup head will come in. So we'll see if this works. Oh, I think that is probably spot on. That might be exactly where I want everything. Yeah, we've got to come backwards a little bit, so I'm hoping this toilet door doesn't get in the way. That is as far as I can go. It's not quite far enough. Right, the Portaloo needs to go because that is in my way. Yes. Okay, I think we just removed the collision off it. Let's try that. Yeah. Nope, we haven't. But that is all in the right place. So we want to drop this off here. So drop it off. It's filled the heating plant. Yeah, we've got 10,000 litres in there. So let's activate that. It's missing. Oh no, I don't want wood chips. Deactivate that. Let's activate the straw. Yeah. And that will now start processing that pile and bringing us in money. And we just need to carefully pull forward, because the worst thing we could do right now is to knock that stack over. So we just want to leave that stack there. We'll go and pick up the rest. We'll go and check on how bad or how well the field has dried out. And maybe by the time we come back, that might be able to process a second set. Although I don't hold out much hope, so we might just leave it there ready to do the second run. It looks like the ground might have actually dried out enough to get the combine going. So let's start that off. Yep. And that will probably not fill up before it finishes the field. So that is good news. We can just leave that going at this point. And that gives us the opportunity to get the remaining bales off here and clear this field up. What I'm going to do after this, and once we've got all these bales cleared off here, I think, is probably to go and get this field mulched. If we can start planting in here for next year, that would be really good. I mean, we're probably not going to see that on this series. This is our final harvest before we need to sort things out with the bank. But that doesn't mean this wouldn't be an ongoing farm, and we would still need to be seeding and getting things going. And the wheat next year, this field, this will become canola. So that needs to go in, I think it's next month, if not this month. So especially if we can get it going this month, that would be even better, because yeah, that would be a nice early canola harvest next year, which is just going to make things so much easier. I think this is the last bale off here. That would make 20, so 27 bales off here last time. I thought we'd only got 25, but that does seem to be 27. Can't see any more kicking around the field, but yeah, 13 plus 14, that is 27. So really good, very happy with that. And look at how much quicker we have cleared the bales off that field. That took days last time to get a field of bales done. This time we've got it done in just a couple of hours. This is a little bit weird. They're hovering here because of the way that it's loading them up. I don't want to disturb them right now, because if I disturb that like that, we're likely to end up with 2 rows, or this row here falling over, or that one falling over. So we need to be very careful about this. What I'm gonna do is drive past, and hopefully that won't disturb them immediately. We'll just let that... Oh, it did disturb them, and exactly what I feared would happen happened. Oh, well, we can always do a cleanup later. Yeah. Because it had further to fall, that lot had an issue. So we'll have to clear this up later. For now, though, that's pretty good. I'm happy with this. Hopefully, they'll just keep processing, and we will keep the money rolling in. Combine is coming to the end of the field, so I'm just going to travel with it down to the bottom so we can finish it off, get it emptied, and get it turned round into the barley immediately. So straight down here. It was coming up to about 80% full, so that is good. Pretty much another full grain tank off the combine. On here is really nice, and yeah, we're up to just over another 6,000 liters, so that's really good. And finish that off. Bottom of the field done. Harvester is finished, so we can jump out. We can take control of it. We don't need this course anymore, so we'll clear that one off. Start the harvester up and unfold it, because the hired worker decided to fold it all in. Then we can start it off from this corner down here. So start point, we will close the course generator. We will pick this corner here going that way. We will pick this field as our target, open the course generator, and we will generate a fieldwork course. And there is our course for this field. I did forget initially to generate the islands for the 2 windmills. Those are now generated, so that will go around them fine, and we should be able to just start in that corner. So let's get our combine started up. We'll line ourselves into here. Let's make sure straw swath is on. I might have to select the back bit for. Yeah, straw swath is on. You can see the back of the harvester actually folded up. And lower the header. I don't think, though, as it's nearly 1:30 in the afternoon, that this field is going to get done today. I think we're going to end up with having to continue this tomorrow. But we are at least into the barley and getting that started. Something I want to do before I forget to do it, and it's sitting there in front of me. Let's copy this course here, and then I want to apply it to this tractor here, and then we're able to get this baling behind the combine if we want. Now, I would do that, but I'm concerned about this. I need to get the bales picked up fairly quickly if I do that, and I can't immediately do that with the way that this is still full. So we need the rest of this to process so that we can then start following up. And this is quick at processing stuff, but it's not quite fast enough. Harvester is telling me it's blocked. I think the tree in the corner has got in the way. Let's have a look at what's going on here. Yeah. Stop. Nearest. Start. Are you still blocked? Or are you going to back off? No, you're still blocked. Right. Let's back you off then. Yeah, definitely not liking that tree. Start it up. Drop it down. And that surprises me. Oh. Normally, I will have an issue with... well, normally it doesn't have that issue. Nearest waypoint. And away it goes. And I'm expecting it to make some space so that we can actually get it emptied. I don't think we're going to get much further than the headlands by the looks of things here. Combine is definitely getting full. And yeah, is going to do some maneuvering so that we can actually get beside it and empty it. We're not even halfway around this field, though. We're going to have a full trailer off here before we're even halfway around this field. That's a little bit mad. Looking at the planting calendar, yeah, we can get the canola started planting this month. So I really want to get the mulcher to work. And the horsepower requirement on my mulcher actually is only 90 horsepower. So that means we should be able to get our little 7740 on it. I think this should have 90 horsepower. Yeah, 95 horsepower. So that is perfect. We can get this little tractor actually out and being useful on the farm by hooking it up to the mulcher. Which is, I thought, sitting up there, but I must have put it away somewhere else this year. Yeah, it's down the bottom here, so we'll hook this up, and then we need to go and deal with the combine because the combine is up to 92% full, so it'll be cutting more space for our trailer and getting that ready. Yeah, getting ready for us to actually get along beside it, but we're still at the top of the field. Thankfully, the combine hasn't been sitting here too long, so we should be able to just come up. Oh, and it's just reached the point at which, yeah, it's ready to unload as it goes along. So that is going to be fun uphill. Looks like this tractor can handle it, though. Oh, yeah, this tractor is absolutely fine on this bit. It's the bit at the top of the road here that just gets that much more steep. And like our wheat before it, the barley is all going to go into here as well. I'm slightly surprised we haven't had any bit more pig food out. We will have more pig food out, though, from the barley. In fact, the barley produces more pig food per litre than the wheat does. And there's still wheat processing through this, so we should still be getting pig feed. But now we want to activate the barley flour processing as well. Yeah, we are all good here. Wow, we are going to have more barley than we can fit through here initially, though. So we can get the mulching started now with this. It is a little bit back heavy, this, at the moment, because there's no weights on the front of this tractor. But good to put this little tractor to use. So set up a course. We're going to go 3 headlands Going to do headlands first. Headland corners, we want sharp turns. Up, down, we want longest edge. And that should do it. So generate me a fieldwork course. That is spot on. We've not got any islands or anything. First waypoint. Unfold all of this. And yeah, our combine is waiting to be emptied again. So I don't want to keep it waiting long. Just want to get this started and away. So away it goes. Bales have almost all been processed. In fact, is that one? That one's a little bit out of the way, I think. So yeah, we can get the next stack on. And that will actually start freeing this tractor up to do the mulching if we wanted. The little 70 or the Sabre is struggling a little bit with the job we're giving it at the moment. It's the hill is not great. We've only got like 5 horsepower over the requirements of that mulcher, and it's not overly happy about it. Right, drop that down there. This is the better way to have come at this, I think. From this direction gives us a lot more maneuvering space. And what I'm gonna do, I am just gonna bring this down, and then I'm gonna put this parked just in front here, so that with any luck that will be enough to encourage those that as they are used to drop down. There we go. And yeah, the barley field does not need to be turned around very quickly, so we've got plenty of time to get that all baled up and collected, and we'll go and switch this tractor over onto the mulcher. There's our little tractor. It's not doing too badly going downhill, but we'll just jump in and we will stop that there. We will copy that course, reverse this up, and get the mulcher off the back. Sometimes you just need to do a little bit of work with a tractor that's maybe not wholly suitable in order to get things running. And then once you're able to actually switch things over and get a little bit more horsepower on, fine. Right. Bring that up. Clear that course off. Copy that course. Get this hooked up. Reverse this up a little bit. Right, I need to take it off and back on. At nearest waypoint. And away it goes. And there we are. That is now mulching, and we can get this back up to the farm. Combine is ready to empty again, and we'll end up with our second full trailer here. And we should get the headlands out today. That would be good. That will get us a little bit back on track. We've still got this field and the sorghum to do. So it looks like the sorghum will go on until September. We'll be harvesting that into then. We should be able to next time get the canola planted, though. I will have to work out where I'm going to store the baling course for this field. But we'll get the canola planted in field 25, and that will then be nice and early for that. We'll get this field finished harvesting, and yeah, we'll move on to the sorghum. It's all going pretty nicely at the moment, and I'm very, very pleased with all of this. We'll get these headlands knocked out. That will give us all the time we need to get the barley finished and everything running smoothly. We then want to get the winter wheat into the sorghum field. So as soon as the sorghum's cut, we'll get that mulched and we'll get the winter wheat into there. And then we just need to prepare our two other fields ready for spring planting later on. Weather forecast for tomorrow is pretty clear, so I'm very happy with that. We should be able to get a full day's harvesting. Might have an issue in September, but the second day of September's clear. So yeah, by the end of September, we're going to be looking at being in a really good position. I'm going to let the combine get to the end of the field, and then we'll stop it and we'll empty it out, and that will be a good place to finish off today with this. Yeah, I'm very, very pleased with how this has gone. That going to turn? Yep, that's going to turn. That will get itself lined up, and as soon as it's finished doing this little bit to line itself, we'll get it clear. And it is destroying the straw around the headlands fairly effectively, but that's not a huge problem. But combine is finished there, so we'll stop that. We'll back it up, and then we can just start it from this corner next time, and it'll head to where it needs to head. That is very close to that crop. Right, like so. Line it up here, and yeah, 91%. We have had a really good headland off this field. That's 2 full trailers and another half a trailer off here. 5 full grain tanks off this combine is a brilliant start to this barley. I could not be happier about that. So I started off by setting off our tractor in field 25 doing the mulching. That seems to be going around fairly well. In fact, I think looking at this, it's actually going on to where it should be for the next bit. So let's just come out of our cab here. We'll turn on the indicators and see exactly where it's going. It seems to be heading up to the top. We'll follow this round and just make sure that where it's headed is actually where it should be. And yeah, it looks like it. So we'll start it off here and go with that. Just double check that that is now heading in the right way. Yep, so that's come off there and is now mulching up and down the field, which is exactly what it wants it to be doing. And that means we can move on to the combine. Now the combine, I kind of need to move a little bit. We stopped it here last time. We'll have a look at the play course for that. And actually, no, that's fine. So we'll start it here. It will redo some of the straw, but it will at least get moving as it should be further up the field. And that means we've got a little bit of time to turn our attention here to our windmill. Now, I'm a little bit worried about the windmill. We're processing stuff through at a rate of 2,400 cycles per month for the wheat and 480 cycles a month for everything else. So I'm wondering if I can up my processors for these so that we're getting the wheat and the barley through quicker. So I'm gonna do, oh yeah, because it's a lot less wheat. So I think we can upgrade this. Otherwise we're not going to get stuff through. So we upgrade this to level 2. It's going to cost us 22,000, but I think we might end up with a better setup because of it. So we'll spend the 22,000, get that upgraded. That will double the speed that this goes at, and actually will double the capacity as well. So that will be good. We want to be doing that. Does reduce us to 457,000, but I'm hopeful that everything will be fine there with that. So the next thing we want to start getting set up today is actually our New Holland here. We want to get the canola planted if we can. And that means getting this tractor going on the cedar. We should have enough seeds still kicking around the farm to get the canola planted. Now, we probably won't see the harvest of this in this series. But this is still planned to be a working farm going forwards. And if we pay everything off, then that's great. If we don't, then it'll be a case of negotiating with the bank and seeing if we can stay on until we do, especially if we can demonstrate that we have the money coming. They might actually be happy to keep going and you know, showing a profitable farm that's paying off a large amount of money. They may actually be fairly helpful with us. Now we've got some seed in here at the moment. We are changing that to the canola, and getting canola in nice and early will only help things out come the following year. We want to clear off the existing course that's on here, and then we're just going to park this tractor down the bottom end. I'm not so worried about all of the straw on here, and ideally what we want to do is get that straw baled with this tractor after we've got this seeded. So the sooner we can get this off, the better. So we'll bring this in here, and I want to set up a course. That should be all pretty good. So we'll generate a course for that. And this is going to do the center of the field first, so it'll start up that top corner. So we'll go park this tractor up that top corner, but until that gets a lot further through mulching the rest of this field, I don't really want to set this up to be going. And looking at this, I think our biggest problem is probably going to be that we don't have enough fertilizer here. So what I want to do is get the JCB loaded up with some bags of fertilizer and seed, I think, and see if we can't get this set up and ready to go, so that it keeps going and we can get this job done today as well. And while setting all of that up, our combine harvester is nearly full. So we'll head down here with our TM155 and get this loaded up. I'm still really eager to see where this series goes. We're making a good amount of money, and as a result we're able to have in sight, at the very least, a possibility we might actually pay this loan off and hit that £1 million before the end of this year. It is going to take quite a bit more harvesting and setting up, but I think we're going to be good. I really think we're going to get close at the very least. So up at the yard, and we've got 2 bags of solid fertilizer here. What's that at the back? That's lime. So we've got 2 bags of lime. So we've got 2 bags of solid fertilizer. I think that's probably a really good starting place for us. But let's go get rid of our forks. We'll grab the flatbed and we'll use that and this to get up to the field and make sure that we can keep everything running, and make sure that yeah, there's no stop today, because if there's a stop, we're gonna have a problem, because I doubt we'll get everything done. And we need to also, in that, get our field rolled as well. So as soon as the mulcher finishes, we're going to get the roller on it. There we go, detach those, and we can then go and get that canola in nice and early, and it means that next month we can hopefully turn the sorghum round and get, oh no, we don't need to, we just need to turn the canola here round, that canola field, and get the winter wheat into that. So that will be our next mulching thing. I've just realized that bag lifter does not work on this. We do want those front forks. That was a supreme waste of time, taking these forks off only to put them back on, but at least now we have them on and we can come in here. And as a result, I'm not even going to use the flatbed. We only have 2 big bags of fertilizer here. So we'll lift them up, we'll get them onto the forks, and yeah, they will very easily head down to the field. I would very much like to maybe get some slurry on our fields. I haven't had a look, but yeah, 37,000 with one set of pigs, 41,000 with another. It's probably not enough to do all of the fields, so maybe the better way to go with that is to sell the slurry and the manure when it comes to it and get a little bit of extra cash in that way. I don't think it's enough to do the whole of our fields. I'm just going to bring this in and we'll park it at the bottom corner here, out of the way. I don't think we need the JCB anytime soon, so that will be absolutely fine down here. Turn it off and we'll head back. Interesting thing that the combine's doing at the moment, that is the smallest cut-in I've seen, but I'm guessing it's got something to do with the way the field's shaped. It's currently up to 76%, so we will head up to the top of the field and hopefully there's enough capacity left in the combine for it to make it all the way to the top. I don't really want to have to empty it halfway down. Unfortunately, that is what I'm going to have to do. It's got full halfway through this cut-in. It's a weird cut-in. I don't know why it's done it this way. But we've got to, yeah, we've got to empty it here. Otherwise, it would have had the auger out, so it's slightly annoying. But this should be fine. So we'll just empty it here, then back off. And then we'll have to follow it out of the end of the road because we can't turn around and go and tip this into the windmill. I figured out why it's got this weird cut-in. It's because of this turn at the top of the field. It's having to work its way around it. And if it cut in any other way, it would have ended up with a problem. So actually, do you know what? We've come up to the top here. We've got 3% left in the trailer. We might as well just top this off quickly. Not a huge amount, but if we take a full trailer, that makes more sense. And then the combine can just continue on its way. And we'll turn around here and go and tip this into our windmill. Our mulcher is about halfway through the field, so I think it might be time to get seeder started. So let's go first waypoint with this. We'll unfold it. And this is slightly wider, so it's possible things are going to catch up, but I'm hoping I've given the mulcher enough space. We're getting the canola down and in, and I realize I've actually made a mistake in my crop rotation, and that is we are gonna want to get the sorghum is where the winter wheat is going to go in. So the sorghum field is going to be a fairly quick turnaround. That should be fine though, because we're not going to have to bale that, so we can almost send the mulcher following around behind sorghum and getting that sorted. Combine has just hit 80% again, so we're gonna get up and beside this and get it emptied. And yeah, that is 3 full tanks off our combine so far. That's really good yield off here. I want to keep a close eye on this seeder after last time where it suddenly strayed off across the map. We need to make sure that it doesn't have the same problem again. It's putting in such a large whack of the nitrogen on here. 190 kilograms per hectare of nitrogen is just an incredible amount. So I'm glad we got those 2 big bags down here. On the other side, because this is loam, we're using a small seed rate, only 35 seeds per meter squared. So the seed should last us. The fertilizer is most definitely not going to, but there is 2,000 liters of fertilizer sitting at the bottom of the field. So should this run out, we'll be absolutely fine. Our progress through the barley is really good. We are halfway, well, we're coming up to halfway through the field. We are 81% full on the combine as we came to empty there. And I'm gonna try and fill this trailer up this row. So the combine will actually empty. but we will try and get the trailer full up here. We're coming up to a full trailer, just a few more liters. Combine's filling right up near the cab now, but yeah, there we go, 100%. I was slightly worried that we might not get that done before we got up to the windmill at the top here, but no, it's good. We can get out and up around the top of the field and get this tipped. So this is our second full trailer, I think, off this field today. So that's already 33,000 liters of barley today, and we had quite a bit of barley already in the windmill. I think getting the windmill upgraded was definitely a good idea. Before we head back out to the field, the DEF in this tractor is a little bit low, so we're filling up the petrol first and then the DF. We might as well fill up both of them while we're here. Yeah, and that will keep everything running. And look at that, we still have plenty of time to get back to the field. It's really tight through here. I love that, and the fuel tanks are in a little bit of an awkward position, but farms with eccentricities are always quite nice. We'll just have to see how things go. I do know this map has now been released on console and an updated version. I've not upgraded my copy, but I believe all of these farm buildings are now placeable, which is awesome. That really does make this one of the best mod maps out there for FS22. If this with a massively customizable yard, that makes a huge difference. Combine needs to be emptied again, and seeder needs to be refilled. So we'll empty the combine because we've got an empty trailer, so we can just stop the tractor and trailer as soon as the combine is empty. And then we'll head over and yeah, we'll get that refilled. Our seeder is not too far from us and fairly close as well to the JCB, so that will be all good and nice and easy to do. Won't take long to get up there with this and get this done. And yeah, looks like the mulcher is keeping a nice healthy lead away from the seeder, so that's good because that means we can get the roller over here and start the field being rolled while the seeder is still going around. It's kind of all coming together very nicely right now. Yeah, into the back. And this will keep things going for a while. I don't think it's seed to run out of. I think it is the fertilizer. That would not surprise me whatsoever. Then we can go and put the JCB back up at the yard. If we need to get any more fertilizer for this field, then we should be able to get it without too much difficulty. There we are. That is all filled up. Check this. Yeah, plenty of seed left. So I'm just going to back this up slightly, unfold it, because you can see there's a patch there that has no fertilizer on it. Nearest waypoint. And away that goes again. And this is where the danger zone starts hitting. But no, by the looks of it, we might be all right. It might not have an issue. Either way, this does not want to be on this field. Another nearly full trailer of barley. I'm not going to continue with it onto the next row. There's not really much point. 15,000 liters this time. But the combine is doing well. I think it should do about 3 more rows before it needs to empty again. So it should get through the next cut-in without too much hassle. And yeah, things are going well. It's 1:30 and things are motoring along nicely. I really would like to get that roller working. Thankfully, we've got a fairly large roller, so that isn't going to be a problem. And it looks like actually the mulcher's finished, so that is fantastic news. So with this having finished, we will take it back up to the farm. I think this will pull our roller, and then we can get the roller down here and start that running on this field. That way we should have this crop rolled in today as well, which we need to do Otherwise, it's not going to get rolled at all. We can't roll it after the end of the month. So up to the farm and get it rolled and sorted. Combine is not going to make it the whole way through its cutting again, though. It is, yeah, 90% full and on its own cutting through a row. So we'll have to go and pick it up. It'll get itself maneuvered and should give us easy access. Yeah, he's going to cut in to the crop there like that. Easiest way to do this. Then we can just pull alongside, empty that out. And then we'll just back off once it's emptied. And there it is, done. So we'll just back it up, get out of the way, and we can leave the tractor and trailer sitting here out of the way of the combine as it continues on down the hill. So just checking the power of our tractor. We've got 125 horsepower there. And for our roller, it requires 160. So I think what we'll do is we'll get this tractor over to the field, but it's not going to be able to pull these rollers on the field. With any luck, though, we can get the seeding tractor to come and do that at the end. Alternatively, we might be able to get our carting tractor to do it. In fact, that might be the better way to go, is the next time our carting tractor comes to empty, we'll empty and we'll switch tractors. That way, we can get the rolling started, and we know that this tractor can do the carting as well. I actually think I've got enough time to do it now. The combine is only 24% full. So let's bring this down to the bottom of the field here. We'll bring the other tractor down to the bottom of the field here, and we'll switch them over at this point. And that means both tractors have less distance to go for this switchover. The TM 155 is a little bit unpowered for these rollers, but it should be okay, I think. I think we've had it running them before. It is our second most powerful tractor on the farm, so I'm expecting it to be able to actually run this. It's just the 8340 is definitely not powerful enough to run this. So let's line this up here. Of course, we want one headland, one tool center, longest edge, generate. And that is going to start down the side here. Hopefully, yeah, it doesn't matter if it overlaps a bit so long as everything eventually gets covered. So our starting point is up here. Unfold this. First waypoint. And away you go. And yeah, I can see a decent amount of overlap, so we should be fine with this. I think this will work well. And yeah, it's not doing mulching area, so we should see fairly easily the areas where this misses. Combine is full again, thankfully near our trailer, so we should be able to just swing round, hook up the trailer, and empty the combine. There we are. Bring this round. Now this tractor will slow us down a little bit, but thankfully we've been keeping up with the combine without too much trouble. So we'll take that down to 6 miles an hour. And away we go. Whoa. To make things a little bit easier on us, I've ordered a weight for the tractor. Looks like they've delivered it in a really difficult way to actually get it picked up. So, yeah, they like to deliver stuff to shop right in front of our shed here. It's where we normally get other bits. If we're getting a bit of equipment like a tractor or something, we do need to go up to the shop to get it. Smaller stuff like this, we can get delivered without too much hassle. Will that hook onto the front? No. Kind of pushing it around with my wheels. Don't want to faff around too much because the combine will be full soon, but adding this weight onto the front might give our tractor a little bit more grip while we're trying to get the combine emptied. Bring that around there like so. And there. Perfect. And that will just help our 8340 to get a little bit more stable. Now comes the real test for this little 8340. We've got an uphill unloading to do. I did manage to hold it at like 7 miles an hour, and it does seem to be holding fairly well at that speed. So that's a little bit more than we need to empty the combine. And we should get a nice full trailer off this as well. Really not much of the field to go when at 10 to 5 in the afternoon. So very pleased with the progress. So we've filled the windmill with barley. So I need to actually go and tip the rest of this into our grain store, because yeah, at the moment we can't fit any more in the windmill. That is fantastic, because we're looking to turn all of this into bread, and while it's not quite such a good conversion rate as the wheat, the excess goes into pig food anyway, which helps to fatten up our pigs and allow us to make more money from them. So nothing gets wasted on this farm, which is great. It just allows us to keep going. So we'll put this into here. Our combine, though, with this delay is up to 82% full. So we're going to have to rush back out to the field once we've tipped this into here. I've had to get an urgent bag of fertilizer delivered to the farm. Wasn't cheap, but the seeder has run out of fertilizer on its final headland, and we're going to have to get this out to it. So we'll load it up onto the JCB and we'll head out, and yeah, thankfully we can cut across and get this delivered. But it's a little bit annoying that at this late stage in the day we've had to grab some more fertilizer just to get this finished off. Now I should be able to get round the side here and get this loaded up, I think. Yeah, we'll stick to the hedge and then extend this out here. That should get this done. There we are. So yeah, just one bag of fertilizer into the back will be enough to get this field finished. It is just slightly annoying that it's come to this and the tractor is that close to the end. In fact, the next row that the roller will do will bring it across and down here. So we need to get this seeder moving. Let's get that out to there. Nearest waypoint. We'll grab this. Oh, you are going to go past me. Fine. We're going to have to sneak down the side of the field then. I don't really want to run over where we've seeded. Get past the tractor and head back up to the yard. Seeder has finished work, so we'll take this back up to the farm and get it. Well, we'll get the seeder dropped off because we won't be needing that again for a couple of days. Not until the sorghum's been done. We also have the harvester to unload, and so I need to get this tractor set up with the course that the combine's just done, because we want to set it on the same course and get it baling next time, and that way we'll be able to get the barley field baled, we'll be able to get the canola field mulched, and we'll be able to get the sorghum harvested, all of which is stuff that we really want to get completed and done and dusted. All in all, we are making very good progress. We do seem to have a little bit of a problem, though, breaking that 500,000 barrier. I would really like to have 500,000 before we finish our harvest. However, I don't think that's going to be. We still have lots of barley to do. We've got lots of canola to sell. We've got the entire field of sorghum. We've got all of our pigs. There's money here. Whether it's another 500,000 on top of what we've got, I don't know. But there is money here. So 77% full on the combine. We'll empty the last of that out. At the same time, I'm going to pop into the combine. We will copy the current course. We will head over to this tractor here, and we will clear the current course on it, copy the new course, and then, yeah, that is then set up for field 32. Combine is finished. We'll clear the course off that now because that's not needed. And we'll head over and get this tipped. That is really good. We've finished the barley. We've got the canola planted. The roller will finish soon. It should finish by the end of this evening. And we are just moving on to the next bit on the farm. I am very, very pleased with today's progress. That is all cylinders firing on the farm and getting the farm moving like a well-oiled machine. This could not really have gone much better. So that means, with the light fading quickly, that we are going to leave this here for today. I'll just back this into here, get it tipping. So the sorghum is our final crop that we need to harvest on the farm this year. And I am going to go across the KiwiMedic field here. I just wanted to get round to the top corner where it is all at its thinnest. And we will start up our combine. Oh, actually, I'm just going to drop the header because I've noticed the fuel level on this is really low. So if we drop that down and drop the header off, we can then get the combine round the corner. It hasn't run out of fuel. It is just, I've turned it off. But yeah, we'll reverse off this and we will head into between the barns and get this refueled before we start this morning. If we don't do this, we're going to run out of fuel very quickly. The combine just about fits through here, especially if I fold the staircase in. We can bring it up to the corner here, then turn it off, and we'll start off by refueling it with the diesel. We still have over 7,000 litres of diesel, so we're all right with that. And with the combine refueled, we can now get some DEF into it as well. And that's got that done. Right. Perfect. We're now fully fueled up. We can turn this round and get it back out to the field, hook it up, and get our play course sorted. So let's hook this back up. Slowly does it and attach. Then hook that up and that up. Lift everything up. Start it all up. Yes. And then we're into the crop. And we should be going clockwise around this field with our course. So let's go new course. We are going clockwise. We are going lands and longest edge. 3 headlands as before. Generate me a course. And yeah, it's quite a simple course, so we should be all right. So first waypoint, and away it goes. And our harvester is at 2% already. Second worker to get going today then is this, our 8340. We've got no course on this, but we're just going to take it to the top corner of this canola field and set a new course. Same setting as we had before for this one as well. And it generated really quickly. So it's down there that we need to get this one started. So unfold my mulcher, bring it up to here, and first waypoint, and away that goes. Right, and this field should then get mulched as well. Or have I not got... Ah, there we go. Oh, that was a little bit dangerous doing that. Still, it's off and we're safe. And then finally, it's the big one. We need to get this started. Now, I have already set up the course for this We've just got to take it to the same place as the combine started. Let's reverse it up and get it turned around. And this is going to do lands, so should be absolutely fine. Is that going to make it round? Just. Now, I don't know exactly where this starts. I think we started it down the bottom corner. Yeah, there we are. Right down the bottom corner is where this is lined up. So we'll go first waypoint with this. And this means today we should have all 3 of these fields worked. We're pretty good, actually, on field 25. Although I can see from here we've got some weeds in that as well. So I might get the really little tractor out on the weeder as well while we've got time. Let's set this going first. And yeah, this will now create a nice host of bales. So looking at our weeder, what is the power requirement? 110 horsepower, while our little tractor here is only 95. I think that might be able to pull it just about. This little tractor is getting supplanted for a lot of stuff these days, and I think it's good to put it to use. We really kind of want to get it used, so this will do nicely. We'll hook it up. It is a little bit short. Actually, no, we need to roll this out if I remember correctly. Yeah, it only just fits in there, and then lift it up. Our baler is doing okay. So we're leaving that to it. I'm hoping it doesn't back up while dropping a bale at any point. Our combine is going to need emptying any moment, but let's get this set up and going first. And that means for the first time, we will have all 4 of our tractors out and running on fields doing stuff. And yeah, the whole farm will be being worked on. That's pretty amazing. I thought last time we were doing a lot of stuff in one go. But no, we seem to be doing a huge amount of stuff again. And yeah, this little tractor last worked this field. So I think it last worked the mulcher on this field. New course. We've got 6.5 meters, 3 headlands. We'll make that 2 and generate me a fieldwork course. Starting in the bottom here. Yep, that's looking really good. So first waypoint and away it goes. And yeah, this should have no issue getting this field weeded. In fact, yeah, that's absolutely fine. Combine is waiting patiently to be unloaded after us sorting everything out. So we'll pull this up to here. I'm kind of thinking we're going to put the sorghum through the mill as well. We won't get any pig food from it, but we will get flour. And the conversion rate is still pretty good for the sorghum, especially as it's going into bread. Combine is empty. We'll back this off. I will leave this here because apparently one of my tractors has got blocked by something. Oh, it's this one, apparently by a tree. So let's go nearest waypoint and away. Oh, and possibly a couple of bales. Those are going to be fun to clear up. Yeah, we had the same thing with the combine in that corner. It moved around and couldn't figure out what to do about that tree. And now our combines had the same problem. This gate is open and nearest waypoint and get this running as well. Wow, this is all running pretty smoothly at this point. Well, hopefully now that we've got the blockages out of the way. This baler is working so much better than the previous one. Definitely going up the hill with minimal problems. And yeah, 8 miles an hour. The best we could manage with the previous baler was about 4, even on this tractor. So really good to see that working so well. Hopefully it will continue to do so. Meanwhile, our little tractor here, the little Sabra, not really seeming to have much of an issue. It's going right up to the corner, so it is going to get all of these weeds. And that's fantastic. That is clearing everything out of here as well. really loving the progress that all of our tractors are making. Our harvester is on its third round of this field, and actually we're not seeing a massive difference in the yield from the previous year. In fact, I'm not seeing any change whatsoever in it. If we jump in the harvester and have a look, and yeah, it seems to be pretty strong up the top corner and about the same down. So we're getting a decent sized yield again on here this year. Combine is getting close to 80% fill level again. I think what we'll do is we'll skip ahead here and we'll turn the corner and we'll pick up the harvester around about here. That way it can empty along this back straight here and not have to stop. So this isn't quite as straight as the previous row is. It will do the job, should be absolutely fine. Across comes our harvester, and there we go. Right, let's keep this going and be nicely set up along here to empty out and keep the harvester good. Trying to wait for that to empty though. Yeah, it's gone a little bit ahead and I'm not quite in the right position. There we are. There we go. That's much better. Actually emptying out into the right place and keeping some good carting going. Picking the combine up at the top corner here. It's only a third full, but it's going to cut in once it gets onto, or once it's finished this last headland. So I want to stick with it, empty it out. Make sure the combine is completely empty at the end of here, and as a result it should have no problem getting started on the cut-in, and we should be able to then just keep it moving as much as possible. We're not having to empty quite as much with this, simply because it is not such a high yielding crop. The yield is still good, but the crop does not yield quite so high. So we should be pretty good as far as keeping it moving. Shouldn't be too difficult to keep an eye on all of our other workers as well, seeing as we're not getting too much time taken up by this harvester. With our harvester taking longer to fill, I'm beginning to wonder if we might be able to put our JCB to good use here. This isn't really doing anything around the yard at the moment, and all of our hired workers are working the fields really well. So if I drop off my pallet forks here, maybe we can connect up the auto stacker to the back of this and get this to work. Although I don't think this has a PTO, so if it doesn't, we might put something else to work, but yeah, there's no PTO on this, so I don't think this is going to work. No, okay, if we had a Merlot it would. We could definitely do it with the Merlot. Can't do it with JCB, unfortunately. That doesn't mean we're devoid of other things we can be doing today. There is a big pallet or a big trailer full of eggs that need selling, and we might have another couple of full pallets of eggs. Let's go and check the situation. It'll be over here. Where are we? Here. Yes, so that looks like a full pallet of eggs, is it? Yes, it is. Yeah. So we could go and hook up the trailer, get the remaining eggs loaded up, and maybe go and sell those. Yeah, we have an entire trailer full of eggs ready to sell, and I think we could stack one more pallet on the back. We could actually probably stack 2 more pallets on the back. But yeah, this is a large amount of eggs that we have available. So let's hook up that. First this, and we'll go and put that last pallet on the back. Looks like after that though we'll have to go and find our combine because it is 80% full. Or will this fit in here? Now this is tight quarters here. Very tight quarters. Wow. Forwards. Yeah, not a lot of maneuverability here. We could use that. This is the kind of situation where crab steer actually would be quite useful. Don't need it though. We've managed to maneuver our way in, grab those, and I think we can just perch them on the back. And that will then be a full trailer load. Well, not quite. We could do one more pallet, but I don't think we're going to get one more pallet anytime soon. So yeah, we'll strap those down on the back, and then we'll go and sell them once we've emptied the combine. These fields take a day to a half to get harvested, so I don't think we're going to get through all of the sorghum today. Looking at the mulcher, I don't think that's going to finish that job today either, which is annoying because I would really like to have this field mulched so that we can get it seeded. We just need to keep everything moving, really. There we go. And the combine, yeah, we don't have a huge amount of space in the trailer, so we might end up having... Oh, that's spilling really close to the front. We might end up with a half-full combine, which is exactly what we have. Oh, and I can't even go straight through that because there is still a line of sorghum there. So slow away down to the bottom of the hill and then the slow climb up to the top. So sorghum is going to go into the windmill. As we have with the previous load, we actually need to turn on the sorghum flour as well. Let's back this up. Into here carefully. And our harvester is already up to 80%. So we need to get this empty and back. In the windmill, we need to turn on the sorghum flour. This will only produce flour. It won't actually produce any pig food like our other stuff does. Yeah, the wheat's getting low. The barley is still up there, and we have more barley. And yeah, we're going to have the same thing with the sorghum. I think we're going to end up storing sorghum as well. It's all going through. This is still turned on, but we can deal with that later. And the bread, yeah, we've got a decent amount of flour in there. It's producing bread and immediately selling it. Going to empty the combine, and then once the combine's empty, we'll go and sell those eggs. Yeah, and we can just leave the tractor and trailer sitting in the field. That will work very well for us. Meanwhile, our weeder has actually finished work, so we'll clear this off the field. This little Sebrat has definitely proved its worth as a result of that. Means that it is useful for some things around the farm, even if we don't use the front loader function of it much anymore. So where is the best place to sell eggs? 37,000, not highest price. That would be November. So I'm actually thinking we're only a few months away. We will make a substantial extra amount of money. I think best thing to do is actually just park this off to the side, and we'll load it up with more eggs when those eggs become available, and make ourselves an extra £10,000. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a useful job today, but instead we would actually be doing ourselves out of a whack of money. I'm impressed with this at the moment. It seems to have avoided most of its own bales while it's been doing, so that's good. Might have a little bit of a problem on that row, but otherwise, yeah, I think this is doing a bang-up job of getting this field baled, and it is just following the same course that the combine had, and that works really, really well. The harvester is on a cut-in, and it is nearly full. It's not going to make it to the end of the row, so we're going to drive down the bottom round and pick it up once it's cut a space in for us to access it. Pull up alongside and get it emptied. There we go. That will do nicely. And yeah, we'll minimize the amount of time the combine is stopped for. Not much we could do at this point. We could have emptied it at the bottom end of the field, but it was only about 70% full at that point. Kind of knew it wouldn't make it all the way. And yeah, we're going to have to follow the combine out because this is going to leave us with an almost full trailer as well. We've made really good progress today. The combine is about halfway through the main body of the field, so that puts it well over halfway through the field itself. The same is true of our mulcher. That is now about 2/3 of the way, so that won't take long to finish off that job. And I think the baler is actually looking like that is most of the way through the other field, so that might even get finished before the end of the day. I'm really happy with all the progress on here. It's looking utterly fantastic at this point. The only thing that concerns me is that we still haven't broken The only thing that concerns me is we still haven't broken 500,000. We're making about 25,000 per day or per month selling our produce. We are currently paying $3,000 a month in loan interest. Wage payments have been high the last couple of days because we've been hitting everything. And yeah, we had a 22,000 construction cost with the windmill last month. So we should be over that 500,000 amount. And in fact, I think when we hit it, we'll probably get half the loan paid off to reduce how much loan interest we're paying every day. Our combine is 70% full and it's going to be doing a cut-in a minute. So we will shadow it for the rest of this row. That way we can keep it nice and empty when it goes to cut in. And yeah, it's 5:30. I am very pleased with the progress of everything. I think what we might do is we might keep going. It is due to rain early evening. So maybe if we're lucky, we'll be able to get all of this done before that rain starts to fall. At the moment, it's looking like that might actually happen. Just checking in on the baler, and it seems to have wrapped itself round a tree. So we'll just back this out. We'll see where it should be going. And yeah, it looks like it took a wide turn, a little bit too wide. And as a result, it's got stuck on a tree. But it only has 6 rows to go by the looks of things. So we will go nearest waypoint and keep it going. It'll drop both those bales there. Those might be in the way. And then it's got, yeah, six rows after this to go. If the rain holds off just a little bit, this field might get finished. Meanwhile, our mulcher has the edge of the field in sight. It would be good for this to get done before the rain tonight as well. But this, I think, is going to be much closer. Meanwhile, the harvest, I think this is the least likely to get completed before the end of the day. I think we're going to end up with just a small amount left. The lights have come on the harvester so that it can see what's going on. But the rain is less than 2 hours away. And I think in 2 hours, this is not going to be finished. The sun has set and we're now harvesting in the dark. There's still a half hour or so before the rain is scheduled, but it could turn up at any moment. I am going to try and fill the trailer, and I think we will stop the combine at that point. That way, it won't be trying to harvest and leave anything in the dark or anything in the rain at all. And will be a really good place for us to restart next morning. It's going to be a really small amount of this field that is left to do. Yeah, there we go, 97%. Let's jump into the harvester and we'll stop it there. Down with that, all its lights off, and there we go. Oh, and we'll turn it off as well. Right. And we'll take this up to the windmill and get it tipped. And we've managed to get the sorghum up to the windmill before 8 o'clock. So the rain still could be expected at any point. It'd be nice to get this trailer full into the sawmill. Well, not into the sawmill, into the windmill before the rain starts to fall. And yeah, that is possible. Meanwhile, our big tractor has finished its baling, so we'll start that. We'll unload the bales off the back. Drop that other one off, and yeah, this one is done and dusted, so this can go back to the yard. Just try and avoid any bales on our way. And then our last vehicle at work, which is so close to the end, we'll just leave it going into the evening, is our 7840 that has almost mulched the entirety of the KiwiMedic field. If I can get my mulcher set up the right way this morning, we should be able to do the mulching as the combine is still going. So we're going to head up to the top corner here and get this set up, let it go, and just let it run. That way, when we roll round to October next time, we should be able to get the seeder running in this field. So let's set up a new course. And basically same setup as we've had everywhere else. Generate me a fieldwork course. And yeah, we're starting in this corner, we're ending over there, and we're well away from the harvester. So that is all good news. As a result, we'll set it to first waypoint. I'm gonna just pop out of the cab here. And we've got that completely turned off. Yeah. So just move this over here and unfold, and this will be great. This will allow us to very easily get this field moving. We've got the winter wheat going in here next time, so that's why we need to get this so far ahead, and we'll just let the mulcher start doing its magic. Meanwhile, I'm going to get our large tractor here, and we'll set this up on the bale collector. That should do the job quite nicely. It's either a choice between this or our carting tractor, and I don't want to take our carting tractor off that. So we can hook this up and start collecting up bales with this. We want to get them processing, get more money in. We're still not quite over that 500,000 threshold. We've been trying to get there for a while. We will start to suddenly make a huge amount of money, but I'm a little bit miffed that we're making so little on the bread and stuff that's being processed. I'm just having a look at how our processing is going, and in fact, yeah, so that's on with straw. We are out of solid fertilizer on the garden, so we need to fill that up at some point today. But yeah, we are processing flour all the time. All of our wheat has processed pretty much at this point. We've got no bread, so all of the bread from the wheat is sold. I don't know if we'll need to look at the numbers, but it does feel like it's a little bit lower. I know we take a hit for the amount of money we get for the bread because we are direct selling it, but that just seems very low at the moment. Harvester is full, and you can see that there's very little sorghum left on this field. So yeah, this trailer should be, actually I don't think we'll even get a full trailer off here this morning. It will finish off fairly quickly though, which is good news. Let's run that alongside, get this emptied, and yeah, next time we empty this, I think that will be the end of the harvest for this year. Dealing with the bales has been so much smoother this year, so much easier to handle. I am very, very pleased with how everything's gone. I think we should have this field cleared today. We can then start getting this mulched next time, which will work fairly well for us. And that means that our 2 spring planting fields will be ready for the start of next year. Not that we're going to be able to actually do anything about them if we can't make a decent amount of money. We are coming up to £500,000. And we really need to make this £1 million in the next few months. And I'm not quite sure right now exactly how that's going to be achievable. I did very much think that our sorghum and our barley were going to do fairly well for it, but we just don't seem to have made the money from the wheat. We're making about £30,000 a day. I suppose we're making £30,000 a day. That's not an inconsequential amount of money. But the question very much is that all coming from the wheat? So we'll unload this right in front of here. Make sure that we have, we need to be closer than that. If we don't load it really close, then it eventually falls down and doesn't actually get in the right place. There we go. Back it up and down like that. Automatically fills up at the bottom, and eventually those will all process. We'll get this back down. I don't know how many stacks we're going to have off here. We may have to stack these at the end like we did last year and keep filling them, because yeah, it looks like we're going to have way more bales than we can easily process. Nearly got another full trailer. And yeah, this is gonna be our second. I very much think we've got at least another trailer full on here. Get that one loaded on. One more will fit on here, and then we can get this over. So I think we're gonna have to stack this one near our area, because I don't think the whole thing is going to process quick enough to get this stack through. So we'll have to then use the JCB to get these in. That's not the end of the world. I kind of expected that, but it is going to mean that we have extra work to do to process these. Yeah, you can see the stack that we've got at the heating plant is still sitting there. It does have a little bit out of it, and we've got to be very careful with that. Because it will fall over if I go too close to it with something like this. So let's get this dropped off here. Yeah, this is going well, and looks to me like the combine might have finished as well. So we'll go and deal with that in a moment. Now, I've got this coming off here. We need to make sure that we can pull away straight. So drop that there and carefully pull that away. There we are, and that is done. Perfect. Let's get back to the field. I think we've got one more stack probably to get done here, but first I need to go and get the combine off the sorghum. So the combine is off the field, and I've given it a clean and put it away. We've got another load coming off here, and we're gonna get this stacked up. I'm amazed. We've got so many bales on here. That's incredible. We didn't have a full trailer off the sorghum. It was a very interesting amount, actually. We had about 82% of the trailer, I think. Let's have a go with this and get this stacked up here. This would be pretty amazing, the amount of straw that we have off here. We're looking to get all of this processed. I am beginning to get slightly worried about our money levels, though. We are up to 489,000. We've made a decent amount off the heating plant today. I really don't know how well we're doing off everything else, off the flour. I did have a look at it earlier, and yeah, it is worrying me a little bit. We've got 38,000 liters of flour that is currently producing bread. We've got 72,000 liters of barley, 83,000 liters of sorghum. We're producing pig food, which is great. We need to feed the pigs in a moment. And everything else seems to be running as it should. Straw is going through the heating plant. Let's have a look at the money situation then. Property income. So that's our income from our windmills. We're making around 20,000-ish a year from that. And let's have a look at our sold products. We're making about 25,000 a month. So we're looking at probably processing another 100,000 through that. But we now have things going full bore with all of our stuff. So this may even make 50,000 this month. Although it's looking, with the amount of time left, like it's going to hit about the 24 to 26 again. Biogas plant income, that is our heating plant. That made 12,000 last month. So far it's made 3,000, but it'll probably make a fair amount more. So yeah, we're making about 30,000 a month at the moment. Unfortunately, 30,000 a month, that is not going to be enough for us to hit that million. We are still over 500,000 away. We've got money coming in from the canola. We've got the canola we can sell. We have got the pigs we can sell. We've got eggs to sell. We've got chickens to sell. There's a lot of stuff that we still have to sell on here, and as a result, we may yet make a decent amount from that. Will that be the £1 million that we need to make by the end of December? I honestly don't know. That is only 3 months away, and that's a lot of work to do in 3 months. To put it in perspective, we're probably only going to earn about 100,000 from the bakery in that time. And that is all of our sorghum and our wheat processing through. So that's a little bit worrying. So we need to find like 400,000. There's probably 100,000 sitting there in the canola. So that's 200,000. Is there 100,000 there sitting in pigs? I don't know. We will have to check. But it is looking very tight any way I slice it. We really have a bit of money trouble, I think, coming towards the end of this. I think this is going to be an exact number of bales. I can't see any more hanging around this field. This is the 14th bale. It's on and loaded. If there are any other bales around this field, I can't see them. Nothing down the bottom. There's nothing up the top by the looks of things. Those aren't bales. Those are little patches of the barley that got missed by the combine. Ah, yeah, there we go. 2 bales stuck in the hedgerow at the top. So we'll have to come and get those. Looks like our stack, though, by the heating plant is almost gone. So what we'll do is we'll bring this round and we'll unload this stack directly in. And that should make these ones drop down. Okay, yeah, there we are. And we'll be able to push them along a little bit. I might have to push the combine a little bit further back into the shed here, I think. Just reverse it up. Nice and clean, all washed up and looking good. We will give it a once over next year just before harvest. It does have a fault on it at the moment, but it should be okay until then. Let's unload this. And yeah, backing it up. We'll be able to back it up into place. This is the trouble with having to come in at an angle. We're not able to get it exactly where we want straight off the bat. And there's a little bit of maneuvering we have to do. And hence pushing the combine backwards. But there we are. That should now line up there. Move this in closer. Get more bales around and it will make them drop down. There we are. Back it up. Those will drop down. Just shift that over a little bit. That everything's in front. Drop it. And then forwards. There we go. And we'll put that down. And do you know what? I'm going to leave that there because I think we would be better served having this sitting there, making sure those bales continually drop, rather than going out and getting those last two bales, which we can do with our JCB really quite easily. So let's drop that off there. And this tractor is done. One thing I am going to do before I put this tractor away, actually, is just give the baler a wash and go and put that away, because that needs doing. And we might as well clean up as we go. There we go. That's looking much better. Much tidier. Now I've just got to avoid the mud as I take it down to where it gets parked, which is not going to be easy because this road down here is mud central. Not too bad. It's looking a little bit muddier, but otherwise good. So we can stick this in this shed here, and then we'll be able to go and grab the JCB and get the other bits cleaned up that we need to clear up today. I'm going to use a piece of equipment now on the JCB that we haven't used much in this series, and that is this silage fork. Now this will work really well for the manure. So we're going to collect up a load of manure with this, get it into the gardens because they've run out, and we want to get things running nicely with that. We have been creating manure with our pigs for quite a while now. Yeah, this is why I don't like these sheds. They are a pain to get stuff in and out of with any kind of dexterity. All right, let's get that round. There we go. Yeah, have to come out at a real angle to get around that. But this should take most of the manure we've got down the side of the pigs here and get that collected up to put into the garden. Looks like we've got another load of eggs as well. Look at all that manure. Wow, 4,500 liters of manure in one go there. But this should get the garden going again. We need to squeeze every penny we can. And with our garden currently not functioning, that is going to cause a problem. Oh, we did cause a stack of bales to fall there because we got too close. Which is weird because it shouldn't have. Yeah, that into the garden. And it looks like our problem is not with a lack of manure. I think it might actually be lack of seeds. Let's have a look here. No, it's not lack of machines. It's a lack of water. Okay, that we can fix. Just back this up to our water tank. Connect it up. We should be able to refill this here quite easily. Yeah, and there is a little bit of water in it, actually. That's good. But we'll just take it around the circle, fill it up, and get the garden running again. Looking at our garden, yeah, we don't have a huge amount of lettuce sitting there either. So we really need to get this running again and keep things going. Full tanker. I'm going to try and reverse it round, although the reversing circle on this isn't great. It doesn't like to reverse around more than about 30% or 30 degrees. However, we are close enough to empty and get the garden running again. Yeah, I think we want to do 2 or 3 loads of this just to get the water topped up. Yeah, 3 loads of this, that will top out the water. Third and final tank of water. We'll just reverse this up and close enough to connect up our hose to unload it. So across the front there like that, unload that, and that should be enough water now to keep the garden going for probably the remaining time we have. And with any luck, we'll end up with a decent amount of lettuce to sell in a couple of months' time. Lettuce, like most things, sells around November, December time. So there's just going to be this sudden influx of money right at the end. And I don't know how close it's going to get us to our target. One thing I am sure about, though, is that there is a fair amount of stuff that we have on here that I hadn't considered that we can sell. We've got a whole load of manure to sell. We've got the lettuce I'd forgotten about. We've got piles of eggs. I mean, the eggs are going to bring in a huge amount of money. It's just a ton of stuff. Oh, and we've got this to sell. We have no need for this building. We've had no need of it for a while. It does have sugar beet and corn in it, and in fact some pig food as well. So yeah, maybe we can do that. What we do need to do today, though, is we need to get hold of the pallet forks, and we need to go and feed the pigs. Thankfully, we have plenty of pig food in here ready to feed them with. Now, one of our barns, one of our pig barns, has 2,000 liters more feed in it than the other at the moment. This one here, this has 329, and this one over here, this has 2,097. So yeah, first one I need to fill is this one, and then we just need to do equal numbers of pallets between the two. And we do have a fair amount of pig food just running through here. It's gonna make us, well, it's gonna keep the pigs going very nicely, and the pig health actually is not great. We want them to keep producing. Yeah, health in here is pretty low, and health in, I think the health is low because the food is low, but this will start bringing them back up. Currently running a system to evenly distribute. The first pile and the third pile go to the nearest pig pen here. The second and the fourth go to the further one. That means that we should be able to just keep a nice, steady, even amount on. Looks like the 8340 needs refueling in order to keep it going. So we'll deal with that. Yeah, it's flashing red. Stick it into high gear. And we'll head over to the fuel tank. Get this refueled. It's making good progress, though. We are up to halfway. We're over halfway through this field. That is some very good news. This should get this done tonight, although it may have to work into the evening to do it. Right, get this refilled. Didn't take too long, and we've still got plenty of diesel here. So not an issue at all. Back to the field, and we'll start it off a little bit back from where it was last, just so that we make sure we get overlap, and because we may not be perfectly aligned. Start it off, and away it goes. Yeah, there we are. The mulching continues. So we've got 5 boxes left. What I'm going to do is take the first stack to the close one, the second stack to the further one, and then leave the rest to regenerate. We should have plenty more pig food coming out now that the sorghum and the barley is processing, and that will keep our pigs going for a good while. I'm always a little bit worried, but we've had enough pig food come through to keep everything going. Of course, our pig numbers are expanding all the time, so it's getting harder and harder to keep up with the feed. But then that's why the garden exists, because if we need to make up the difference, we can just plant the garden with something that we need and get that into our pig feed mixer here. Maybe that's the reason for holding on to it. Whoa! So that we can actually feed the pigs if we need to. I'll have to go and pick up that crate in a moment. Yeah, just hit a bump on the side of the road there and sent it flying. Now that I've cleared that up, let's have a look at our pigs. Yep, we are total capacity 8,000. That will do them for a while. If we look at the other pigs, those have 8,000 and that will do them for a while as well. Hopefully the health of all these pigs will come back up now because we really need them to, well, if we're lucky, we might get another set of reproduction because those are both at 25%. Those are at 83% puberty. Those are at 0 and 0. So I'm slightly surprised that we don't have any reproduction here at all, because those are 5 months old. So I'm surprised. I am surprised that we've not had another set of piglets then in that area there. One thing that has happened is we've finally gone over 500,000, so we are on our way. We've just got to hope that everything keeps going and we end up with a good amount. Let's go knock these down. We get a little bit close with this. This should do it. Oh, okay. Try and do it in more controlled then. If I touch one of these, it will definitely do it. So, there we go. And those drop nicely in. So we've got plenty more of that to do. And I think I'm going to switch my pallet fork for my bale fork there. And we'll get more of that done. Our trailer there does not seem to be doing much though. So I think we'll return this bale loader. It is costing us money. And it's not of any use to us anymore. So that can go back. And all in all, I think we're done on the farm for today. We'll leave the mulcher going. That will work into the evening and get that field done. Things have quietened down a little bit since the last few months. Really busy time. We've only got 2 tractors really running today. We're going to be running this one, saving ourselves a bit of money on the overall running of things. We won't need a hired worker to do this. There's not a huge amount that we need to oversee today. We are getting ready to get all of our equipment, all of our crops and equipment and everything ready and together to get sold. We are down, well, we've got less than 500,000 to raise still. And I've been having a good look over what we have to sell and what value we've got. Now, looking at our stock check, the barley that we're currently processing, we've got 26,000 litres of that left. That is only worth 18,000. So I think we're going to make a lot more money than that off of the bread. The same goes for our... well, do you know what? I can't find it in here, and I don't know if any sorghum's still left to process. Let's have a quick look in here. Well, the wheat is done, so we'll deactivate that. The remaining wheat we've got is actually for the chicken feed. And then we've got the sorghum is in here, and this is why the sorghum isn't showing up. So actually, we've got 59,000 and 74,000 in here. There's quite a lot of money's worth of sorghum and barley in there. Yeah, it's not getting what we've got in the windmill. 681 at 59,000. It's still only worth about 36,000. Whereas the sorghum isn't even listed on here because all of the sorghum's gone in. So if we look in here, how much sorghum was worth? Yeah, so that is going to be worth about 1,000 a go. And what we have in here is worth about 74,000. So yeah, we need to make quite a bit of money off those. Hopefully that is going to happen and that will all process fine. But it's a lot of money's worth of stuff. But it's a lot of money's worth of stuff that we've got kicking around the farm. It should be doable, and it all depends on how quickly everything gets processed. If we can prove to the bank, I think, that there is stuff still processing, they may let us go on a few months, and we might end up just sort of keeping the farm running a little while that stuff clears. I don't think they'd let us go an entire another year's crop, but you never know. We'll see how things go. As it stands at the moment, I think we've probably got another 2-3 months to let all this process through. We should make a decent amount of money off the canola. The canola is certainly looking at making about 100,000 for us. Let's bring this over, and this goes in the back. So over here, like so. I do like using this now to do this job. We did have the front loader, and the front loader would reach it, but it only does 1 bag at a time, and we can do 4 bags with this pretty much. Now, is this going to fill that up? Yep. So that is more than enough that we ordered there. I'm hoping not to have to order any more from the shop. We ended up with quite a considerable cost here. It's cost us nearly 15 grand for next year's seed, and of course that isn't going to go into the actual bank repayments we're making. It would take an entire year for this to come to fruition, but we need to continue on as if we are going to make it and going to make enough money for this farm to be profitable. Let's get this into here. I think once we've got the hired worker stuff done this month, we will probably end up going and getting a load of the loan paid off. If we can show the bank that we are willing to get a considerable amount of it paid off, they're probably going to be all right with us going a little bit beyond. Just sort of showing that willingness to pay can be quite useful. This is the first bag going in. Need to reverse that off there, and yeah, we'll try and get this in a better position to get both bags going in. There we are, and that's 1 bag down at the front. Reverse this off a little bit, and it might actually be able to fill that second one. Oh no, in fact, I think we're full. So we need a lot less seeds, but we do need seeds to go into our garden at some point. So this will be a little bit of excess seed, but of course we need seeds to start loading stuff up later. Well, next year, in fact. Let's drop these off here because one's fallen off anyway. Oh, there we are. That will do. Right, so we can head off up to the field now and start getting things started up. Quite a big job we've got to do with this. It is already 9:05, but that's fine. We have 3,600 litres of fertilizer, 2,400 litres of seed. We want to change that to the winter wheat. There we go. And yeah, the winter wheat always does us well. So I'm quite pleased to be getting this in. Unfold our seeder and line ourselves up, and we should have a fairly nice line to go down this side. One of the advantages actually of not having last year's canola field seeded yet is this fact that we can drive across it to get this sorted. Don't do too much driving across. We don't want to compact the ground too much, but it does at least give us easy access to this field without having to go down that section at the far end. Right, let's turn on the GPS. Let's turn on the seeder. They're all good. Down it goes. And yeah, away we go as well. I'll line things up. Down a gear. And set our first waypoint. Set the second waypoint. Auto width. And away we go. This should be pretty spot on and fairly easy to do. We are doing 150 to 170, in fact 175 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So it's quite a hungry field, this. On average, we are using about 5% of the full capacity of fertilizer on here, which is a little bit interesting. We will get 20 rows out of here as a result, so that's not going to be too bad. I think we might have to order some more fertilizer today. That's annoying because we have a large chunk then of our money going towards that, and we could really do with that not happening at the moment. I would really like to be preserving as much of our money as possible as we go into these final couple of months. And speaking of which, one of the things that I've needed to sort on here and have now done is the pigs. We've got 20 pigs at 1,200. We've got more coming up at 19 months, so they'll hit about 20 months. Those should hit £1,000. So that's 40. We've got the pigs here, the landrace, those are 19. So those should come up a bit. And we've got 30 there that are slightly lower. So we have got some money in the pigs. We should make 60 or 70,000 from them at least as well. Something that does concern me a little bit in this top corner is that we've had an area there that has not had any fertilizer put on it. Just seems to have been missed out as the seed has gone over it. I'm wondering if we have a gap in our scanning at that point. We will go and check that out in a moment, but it's just, yeah, that seems a little bit odd to me. Oh, I can see why the super turn version of this tractor works so well, because here it's really tight to get this round. I keep hitting the hedge, which I don't mean to be doing. Put that down and start on the next row. And looks like we're going to have a couple of headlands to do with where everything is at the top end here. That's not a huge problem. We're doing alternate rows as well because we're running GPS. And that will bring us back to this side of the field and make it easier for us to actually do the headlands and end up where we want to end up. But to what I was talking about a moment ago, there it is. We have a patch. So these are areas that probably need rescanning. The data has gone horribly out of date. And there's several patches actually across this field that are having issues. So before we can continue with next year, we will have to go and rescan those areas and get the data on these fields back up to date. We're reaching about the halfway point across this field, which means this is taking quite a while because that means we're only about a quarter of the way through this job. And we still got 71% of the fertilizer in here. That's good news. That means that what we've got back at the farm fertilizer wise should hopefully do the rest of this field. Certainly our fertilizer usage feels like it's dropped. We've done a few rows now, and to have 70% of our capacity left is good. There are points at which, especially this end of the field, that we're dropping as low as 120 kilograms per hectare. So that is all actually really good news for us. We should be able to get everything done with what we've got and what we've ordered for this point in the year without needing to worry too much about that. All right, get this lined up, get it down. We'll start on the next row. Something I have forgotten to do, though, and I think we need to get doing, is we need to start loading up straw into the heat exchanger, into our heating plant, because if we don't, we're not going to see the money from that straw either. As a result, I'm going to take a few minutes out from doing the seeding. We're going to grab a stack of bales and place them at our heating plant. Oh no, need to pick that up like that. And I'm hoping to get, yeah, if I can get 4 bales here, that'll be good. Or no, a stack of half the bales, so that would be, yeah, we're not going to get as many as I want. We'll start with this higher lot here. Whoa, back that out carefully. We need these flat into this, and we need these equal into this. Nice thing about this bale spike is it's nice and long, so we should be able to go straight through this set of bales and into the other one if we go nice and slowly, like that. And lift. Nope. Okay, so these do not go all the way through these bales. It's just the other bales that they went through. That's quite interesting. It means that we can pick up stacks like this, stick them down here. I think all of these will go in, or at least we'll get a number of them in. There we are. And then we'll take the rear stack as well. And yeah, we can take them sideways, but that's going to make it much more difficult for us to get them stacked down there. So a little bit more work and a little bit more care, and we'll do it 2 stacks at a time. Oh, they are really resisting going into that. Try this again. And slowly forwards. Yeah, this stack is not playing ball. They're right on the tips. That's not the best. Bring it down. Push in. And that's got it so much better. No resistance. Stuck on the ground. Working exactly how I want it to. And we get our first set of grass into the heating plant for today. Or first set of grass, first set of straw into the heating plant for today, and we'll be able to sort everything out a bit later. So it's back to the field and back to the seeding, and it's already 12:30. There's so much still to do here. I think this job is gonna take us a couple of days looking at the time and the progress. It is coming up to 1 p.m. Our Falcon is doing a great job, as is our tractor, but we're only doing sort of 6-7 miles an hour. I think we hit maybe 9. Yeah, 9 as we go over the hill and head down towards the bottom there. But as a result, we are only getting, only going to get pretty much over to the other side of the field. We might get actually halfway back if we're lucky. But I don't think this whole field is going to be done today, and this is going to be one of those things where we go into a second day to get it done. I'm keeping a close eye on the small heating plant. If that starts to drop below 10,000, you see it dropped and then came back up, so it's still being fed by straw. If that drops below 10,000, then we want to go back and get some more straw fed into it. In the meantime, that seems to be running absolutely fine. And as we tick over into the hour, we see that we made about £2,000, I think, in the last hour. So that's not a bad income. We're almost up to 510,000, which is good. Still quite a way to go. But we do have our productions and our windmills and everything bringing us in some cash and keeping things running. So yeah, it's really now all about time. Do we have the time to get this money in? And when we get things like the canola sold, because the canola is going to add about 100,000, the pigs are going to add about another 50-60,000. The eggs are going to add about another 50-60,000. We're looking at being well over 700,000. I don't know if our crops and our bread can bring in the remaining amount we need. I think this row might put us about halfway across this field. Looking at the width that is available at the edge there, I think we'll be okay. So I'm going to turn around and start going the other way. It is 20 to 3 in the afternoon. So it's taken us a good chunk of the day to get this far. Let's bring this round here. This is now the more difficult turn because we're going back to the row next door. But I think we're going to be all right. We want to line it up, get into the odd numbered row, and drop down our seeder, and away we go on the way back, and back across the field we go. We'll now see how quickly we can do this. We are just under half our capacity of seeds. In fact, we've only got 40% of our seeds and 44% of our fertilizer. So looks like before we can finish this field, we're going to have to refill this. And our straw has run out in the heating plant. So let's go and get another set of that. There really isn't enough space for me to do 2 stacks from the side here like I'd like to. But we do have a decent amount of straw here. Get all this process through. We have made 510,000 on this hour. That's good. We'll see where we are by the end of the day. All in all, though, I'm quite happy with how this is going. There we go. There is a stack. And a stack of about 3 or 4 seems to be enough. It'll be interesting coming back to it in a bit and seeing if it does just remove all the ones from the bottom on this. And the 4th one is just left there floating in the air. If that's the case, then we know a stack of 3 is the best stack to put in front of this. But our heating plant working as we'd hoped, bringing in some cash and keeping things running, and also getting rid of the straw. Very tempted actually to get some of the straw bales from round the other side by our pigs and feed them into here as well, just to get a little bit more money in. We're reaching the 3/4 of the way, or 3/4 of the way through this field roughly. It has just gone, or it's coming up to 5:10, and yeah, we do not have enough fertilizer or seed to complete this field. So I think what we're going to have to do today is use up the seed and the fertilizer, whichever goes first. Is basically going to put a stop to our work on this field today, and we'll have to pick it up tomorrow. I'm quite pleased in general with how it's gone, and we've made good progress, but we are really having to use both days with a lot of our stuff in order to actually get it to work and to get everything where we want it. Bring that round. I want to straighten it out a bit. That'll make it easier when we come to do the headland. But you can see the sun is fading. We are losing the light. I think our mulcher is still doing pretty well, so that should be complete fairly soon. Let's see where that is. So that's somewhere down the bottom end of field 32. So that looks like it's about halfway through the main body at this point. So that will probably have to continue on tomorrow as well. But that's fine, seeing as that field is just being prepared for a spring crop. This field, we're going to go on a bit longer. We're down to our last 10% capacity or 11% capacity of seeds. So I think those are going to run out first. We'll see where we end up. Our heating plant is once again empty, and I want to just grab a good pile of straw here. Go and place into it. 4 stacks. Or 4 bales. We've moved 4 bales before. Quite interesting that, yeah, we do have at least 1 floating bale over there, which we wondered if that was going to be the case. No, we have 2. So we'll bring this over here. Nudge those. That should make both of them full. And into a position where I can get all these 4 on top. If we can get these 4 on top, that would be great. Come on. Yep, there we are. Oh, and that's going to cause a messy pile. I'll have to come and clean that up in a bit. We are coming to the last of the seed in our tank, though. We're down to 26, 25, 24 litres. And I think we're not going to get an entire row done with that, with what we've got in there. We've only got 143 litres of the fertilizer left as well. So let's head back to the farm, and I think that is where we'll pick up just a little bit to finish off on this field tomorrow. So today is very much a day of clearing up on the farm. We're going to be getting seeds into our seeder. Yeah, there we go, into the front. Refilling this up. We need to put some fertilizer in as well. Trying to get things lined up here is a very interesting proposition sometimes. But we got it. That is going in. I don't think we'll need all 3 of these bags. We had a little bit already, and that should be enough to finish the field. I don't see why it wouldn't be. We've still got 2 bags of fertilizer as well. Both of those should go in here and finish things off too. So that will work out fairly well for us. The mulcher is working its way through field 32 at the moment. It got about halfway through yesterday, so I'm expecting it to get all the way through today. And we're going to start looking at all of the stuff that we can sell off and try and make as much money as we can over the next couple of months. With December fast approaching, we want to make sure that we can actually make a sizable amount of money. And next month, I think, is going to be our first sell-off. I think the eggs will be ready to sell off next month, so we will crack on with those and get those sold. We're probably looking at the lettuce being sellable and bits like that. I think it's mainly going to be that we'll be doing a big sell-off throughout November, December, and January, and finishing off in about January, seeing exactly how much we have. But we're refilled with this now. We have the same setup with our GPS, and I'm actually going to go up to the top corner of the field, because although we finished down the bottom last time, if we finish in the top corner, we'll actually end up with a better finishing point near the farm when we come to do the headlands. So we'll bring this around here, unfold, and yeah, very much more of the same. We got so close to the end last time as to be a little bit ridiculous, and we haven't got anywhere near actually a full seeder and either the fertilizer or the seeds, but this should be enough to finish things off, considering how far we came with a full seeder last time. I'm really hoping that we can get these last 2 jobs done before the rain sets in. I don't really want to go any further into the year with doing either of these. I very much, for the last bit, really want to concentrate on starting to get this money going up, selling stuff off, and getting more in. And over the next 3 months, that is very much going to be where we're going with this. We've got a fair amount of stuff sitting in our garden that we can sell. So there's a good amount of lettuce up there that we're going to sell off. We should be able to sell the eggs off next month, as I was saying a minute ago, and that will give us a decent amount of cash coming in. It's going to be selling off anything and everything we can that will still allow us to keep the farm running. And I'm not ruling out meeting our obligations with the bank by selling off a field if we have to. If I absolutely need to sell something like that, we do have a field. We've got 76,000 in field 25. It would mean that our canola crop for next year is gone, but I think that we would be in good position. If we sold that, we would probably be able to meet our financial commitments with that. It is a last resort, though. I very much would rather just to meet everything and complete this challenge by doing it just with our crops and our animals and everything that we've built up over the past 2 years. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what effect we have, and we'll see exactly where we end up. I think this corner might be a little bit more tricky. That's quite a wide amount we're gonna have to cover in return. I think the best bet here is actually to back up a little bit, close this in, and that way when we do come along here a little bit later, we'll be able to easily cover it. Yeah, like that is much better. And then I can turn this downhill a little bit. Let's get this turned around. Yeah, the more we are able to get everything covered here, the easier this will be on the return. And that is looking very neat at the moment. I'm really pleased with how well the seeding of this field has gone. We've managed to cover everything. We've done it without a huge amount of either seeds or fertilizer, and it's very neat and tidy. Thinking about it, there will be 2 more jobs that need doing next month on the farm. The first is this field is going to be needing weeding. In fact, it's not next month, so this field still has 2 jobs to do on it. The first is that it needs rolling. All of these need to be rolled in, and we'll be doing that today, probably with this tractor. I think this does have a little bit more power than our other ones and handles the roller a bit better. So we'll get the roller working with this tractor on here once we have finished seeding it. And then the second will be weeding this. This field is going to be absolutely chock full of weeds, and some fairly mature weeds as well. They're going to be medium-sized ones because this is a direct seeder. So yeah, we're going to need to get the weeder out here next time and sort that as we begin to get things together to sell off as well. It's still going to be a busy few months as we finish up on here. Thankfully, I think we got plenty of time to be able to do it all, and we should have it all done without too much issue. There we go. Has not taken us long to finish this field. Slightly worryingly though, the rain has started. So while we're not hitting a ton of mud now, we get the roller on here, we probably will be. Thankfully, this shower shouldn't last too long. We should be back at it by the afternoon, and the roller, being the size it is, will quickly work its way through. So I'm not overly concerned about the rain. It's going to be a little bit harder for the mulcher, but we'll leave that going. If it gets stuck or if it gets stopped, we'll have to take it off the field. But at the moment, it seems to be running fairly well. Yeah, it might end up with a problem going uphill. In fact, it does seem to be spinning its wheels a bit. Yeah, this is having troubles on this field. We're gonna stop it here. In fact, it stopped itself. We'll get this off of here because it is struggling way too much, and we will have to resume that later. It might be a case that we have to wait for this field to dry out, and we get it mulched tomorrow when the weeder's also active. With any luck, that will all be fine. For now, I'm just going to go and park this over here out the way, and we're going to have to find some wet weather jobs to do on the farm today. Seeder back in the shed. Let's disconnect that. I am going to go and connect this tractor up to the roller so we're ready to go once the rain stops. We're going to have to wait for things to dry out a bit, because yeah, it's only 11 in the morning and we're expecting this rain to go till about 1 in the afternoon. Roller is down the bottom here where the old cow shed used to be. I've not really done anything with that. I think if we were investing more in the farm once everything's paid off, then there's a decent space here to maybe put in our own factory or something to handle a lot of what we're doing. There we go, and do that, and then we can leave this tractor here. While the rain's falling, it's a great time for us to review everything. It's so close on the eggs to hitting best price. That is going to happen very soon. We are close on the canola to hitting best price as well. So eggs should hit next month. Canola should hit in December or slightly before. We're going to put the wheat through and the remaining barley through, I think. But it may be a case of we have to directly sell those, because looking at what we have here, we still have a ton of barley and a ton of sorghum processing through here. And yeah, we've got good amount of flour in the bakery that's processing through as well, through to bread. So at the moment, we're in a little bit of a pickle as to exactly what we're going to be doing and how we're going to be selling things. We do have, by the looks of it, another pallet of eggs here. Let's have a look. Are you a full pallet? Yes. So another pallet of full eggs here. This wants to go onto our trailer. We might have another pallet of full eggs round by the other chicken coop as well. Yeah, lots of jobs that we can be doing around here in the rain. We've got all those bales down the side there too. We really need to process as many bales as we can. The pigs are not using the bales that quickly, and I'm wondering, no, it's not looking massively full in their manure heaps. So I think the pigs just don't get through a lot of straw. We've got a lot of straw for them, but they are, yeah, they're not getting through it very fast. Got these top ones in the middle, and oh god, I need to be slightly further over. Let's try that again, and in. We could possibly put the lettuce on this trailer as well. I think the lettuce would probably work with it. Oh wow. I'm going to go and get the Landy and hook this up, because that is shifting around. Yeah, we need to hook our Land Rover up to that trailer. It's just moving around way too much with that current setup. And the whole point of this trailer is to hook it up to this. Can I see out the back? Yes, I can. There we go. Around here. And into position. No, too far away. Right, pull it round. There we go. That has to hook it up. No? Oh, wow, that is too far away still. Let's see. Let's get it from this angle here. Ideally, I want it to straighten up again, but I know I can do that very easily. There we are. That will hook up. And then bring it round to straighten it up a little bit. Don't really want to put the entire weight of the JCB on all of these eggs. There we are. Then we should be able to fit one more on the back. Is there one more down here? Are our chickens producing? Oh, our chickens are producing it that fast. Fantastic. Yeah, this is going to be a very nice amount of eggs that we're able to sell. And we've got manure we can sell as well, because we are just not using this manure at the moment. And our pigs are generating a nice amount of it. Let's lift this up, give ourselves a little bit more maneuvering space with the JCB. Pull it round and in. And see if we can't get lined up for this set of eggs. We could crab steer our way into here. But I think we're all right doing it this way. Yeah, there we go. Might have to lift these eggs up really high, though, in order to get the pallet out. But we are under it. And we are in. Actually, getting out of here is going to be much easier than it was getting in. Okay, let's get these on the back. That should be fairly evenly covered then. Yeah, nicely on the back. And down, back off, and out. Look at that for a trailer full of eggs. That is going to make us an absolute fortune next month. I think we'll leave the landy here attached to this trailer, because I have a feeling that with the way this is loaded, if I take this off, that's going to go rolling down that hill. The eggs sorted. It is time to get the remaining bales into our heating plant. We really don't have many, actually. We've only got 6 bales, so these should all automatically go in. That's got the first 3. This bale spike now actually makes sense. With the older bales, with the previous set of bales, it did not make sense at all. With this setup, absolutely does. These bales are slightly bigger, they're slightly wider, the spikes don't come out the other side, and it's saving us a lot of issues. I think our original setup here with the D1000 baler just caused problems. And as a result, we have ended up with a much better setup with the new New Holland baler that we have. So put these down in front with the other set, and then all that should process through and just add a little bit more money to our income. The sky is clearing and the rain is stopping. We should have sunshine. Whether we'll be able to get back on the field quite so quickly, I don't know. It's been raining for a couple of hours, and as a result, the ground is fairly sodden. Let's have a look. Well, the rain hasn't stopped yet, so until it does, I think we're going to have trouble getting back onto the field. Let's have a look. How is this? Yeah, look at that. That is right up to the wheel, the rims. That is not good at all. That tractor is not going to be able to get that job done, and I don't want to go rolling my fields like that either. Just trying to work out, is there anything more that we can be doing around the farm? I know what we could be doing. We could see if we can load up some of this manure into our trailer and start looking at where that can be sold. So manure doesn't have a massive sell price. It's only 2,255. We are going to actually need to load up the trailer with it first. I don't know how much bread we've produced, because at the rate that we should have been producing it, we should. I'm not sure the farmer's made as much as it should. We have sold products. We've made 27,000 last month, 24,000 this month. And that can only be our bread. There's no other sold products that we're doing at the moment. Biogas plant income, that is our bales. The property income, that is our wind turbines. So yeah, we are making 30,000 a month at the moment from the bread. And that is just continuing to process through all the time. I don't see actually, well, we can speed this up. We would have to spend another 22,000 on upgrading our windmill to process this all faster. But even if we did that, we've still got 67,000 litres of flour sitting at the bakery. So that needs to process through as well. Basically, we could straight up sell stuff. Alternatively, we have a lot of money's worth of stuff sitting in here. We're doing, it's almost one-to-one. It's not quite one-to-one. Sorghum isn't producing any pig food, but it's doing 15 to, it's actually an increased amount. Wow, that's why it doesn't produce any pig food, because we have more coming out of the sorghum than the flour, or more flour coming out of the sorghum. And as a result, we're then taking 90 for 45 bread. So if we look at this, that's basically 8 from that in total. So 15 makes 8 bread. And with the sorghum, that's about 30,000 multiplied by 3. That's 100,000. Yeah, it's almost 100,000 that we're looking at from our production just for the sorghum. We look at the barley, and it's a bit of a turn down. It's about 2/3, let's call it. So 2/3 of 39 is going to be 13. So half that for the bread. So that is, yeah, the barley is actually worth a lot less overall in bread, but it is still worth quite a bit. So interesting amounts there. That amount of barley that we have in there is only worth about 39,000 in bread. This here, that is worth about 90 to 100,000. Doing the sorghum through there, that is worth a lot of money. And if we look at the price of bread, so the price of bread versus the price of the sorghum, which we can't see here, the price of the sorghum is about 1,000. So yeah, that is about a 1/3 profit on the sorghum. That is, do you know what? I'm not sure that's a huge profit on the barley, but it does provide us with the pig food. It's a difficult situation, to be honest. We've got a lot still to go on here. Oh, we can give the pigs some more pig food, though. So as we were doing before, we will go left to right. Interestingly, the end ones seem to stack that way. I thought I might have knocked them before, but yeah, the 4th pile definitely seems to stack a bit funny. 2,000 litres of pig food here. Just keep the pigs constantly fed. And this is why this works so well. We have so much available to us. So a little bit of a question here then. Knowing that we've probably got over 100,000, should we ask the bank if we can get within sort of spitting distance of that. Tell them that we're going to pay things off as we go. Maybe if we're paying off 90%, they'll show a bit of leniency and allow us to keep paying things off over the next year. I think that's probably fair. We certainly seem to have turned this farm around for the most part. Heck, we could probably sell off the field, go a season without it, and then buy it back after the end of the year. I think that would be a great way to cover that last little bit. We've still got to get there, though. There's still a large amount of money that still needs to be raised to save this farm. Final set of pig food. In it goes. And that will keep our pigs nice and happy. Keep them producing piglets and increase our output at the end of the year. It's all so close. This is incredibly close. So can we get back on this field now? It's just gone 3 o'clock. Yeah, we are not sinking anywhere near as much. So we should be all right. This field is less important than the field we're rolling. Right, that will get started again. And hopefully finish. Meanwhile, we've got the roller here. We'll get this out. This tractor will have no problem with this roller at all. Yeah, you can see the muddy drive that we had coming off the field. Things seem to have dried out fairly nicely now. We're going to unfold and get this field rolled in. And this should be a lot quicker than our seeding because, well, look at the width of this roller. It is very, very wide. Down. Oh, there's still a little bit of wet in this ground, but the roller should sort that out. Right, away we go. Let's get this field rolled. Doing this at a decent rate. Again, thanks to the pretty awful turning circle on this tractor. We're doing alternate rows. So that should keep things fairly even. I'm not lifting the roller. You wouldn't really lift the roller with a job like this. But the field's going in pretty nicely. I'm very happy with it. There's not a lot of hours left in the day, though. It is getting pretty late. Although we seem to have a nice clear sky today with a lot of sunlight. So I don't know if there's something a little bit off. But we certainly seem to be okay. So row 3, row 4, turning in. And actually this might give us a good run at these headlands as well. Just gone 4:30. We're about a quarter of the way through the field. And this is a job that absolutely has to be done today. So it looks like we'll be going into the dark doing it. And now I need to turn at a point where I can get round. I'm actually quite glad these hedges aren't collisioned, because that was way too late to leave that turn. We should still get this done today. It's not a job that's taking too long. We just started it really late. I think this is the last row across here. We've got, yeah, less than a full width's worth on our roller on the headland there. And even though it gets a little bit wider to the bottom corner of the field, I think there will be enough reach in it to actually get it done. And if there isn't, then we'll be able to just go back over it a little bit and roll it in. So I need to turn around and head the other way. It's 5:20. But that's not too bad. The sun is still up because it is still October. And we should be able to get around here, I think. In fact, I'm going to have to stop that there and get this round. and hopefully be able to turn this to a point where we can get things. Yeah, actually pretty happy with that turn. The headlands should pick that up, and we're good. So back across the field we go and fill in the bits that we haven't rolled yet. It gets dark really quickly at this time of year. Thankfully, this is not a job that requires a particular amount of daylight. Obviously, we'd like to see where we're going, but we've got GPS to guide us fairly well. Also, it's nice and dry, so things will continue fairly easily. We're not sinking into the ground or anything. I'm actually slightly surprised that it's 23 degrees still. So it's really quite warm. And as a result, the ground is firm enough for us to do this even into the evening. As we come around for the next one. And you can see why we still need to do the headlands on here. We are leaving gaps at the end where we've got 2 rows that don't quite meet. So we're going to have to go through that. But this is a job that will just keep going until we're finished. Amazing being out here in the darkness. There's just nothing beyond the immediate lights of the tractor here. I could be absolutely anywhere in this field and I wouldn't know any difference. It's just incredible how the darkness eats up the light. Having said that, you can see in the distance there our windmill just continuing to go round. Night and day, that is, dealing with the barley and the sorghum, trying to give us as much money as we can get out from those crops. And there does seem to be an almost 12-month lag in the money that we make from a harvest because of what we're doing to process those crops. You can see how our progress is going with the rolling here and the large rows that we've got. I think we should be finishing at the bottom here and rolling all the way back round up the top. A little bit worried about the size of the gap at the top end of the field here, but we'll cover that when we get to it. Otherwise, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, as I expected, it's a little bit wide at the top for one reason or the other. So there might be a little bit of clearing up to do up there. But in general, it's not too bad. In fact, yeah, we're going to need to come back up the top here and do one more row along the side. Just to make sure that everything is cleaned up, because it wasn't quite straight enough, our first row. So we've come back up the field, clearing up this bit, and what we're going to do is we're going to line ourselves up and just then go round the headlands as well. It's 7:20 at night, but this is kind of what you have to do to get all of the jobs done. So up to the top corner here. I'm not even sure how much there is still to go on this corner. So I'm going to pull out to here, and oh yeah, there's quite a bit of width. So what we'll do is bring this around to here and then back this up. And it's given our mulcher actually enough time to get everything done, considering where that was earlier in the day. So that ran out of, so that's finished at 7:30 in the evening. And we've just got to finish off getting the rolling done on this field here. As I thought, in this bottom corner here, the field that's left, or the amount that's left, is a little bit wider than our roller. So I am going to have to lift the roller and just reverse up a bit to get this last bit in the corner, which is a little bit annoying. It gets so wide at this point in the field that unless you go right up to the edge further up, it has an issue getting everything, even with a piece of machinery this wide. Thankfully, we can back up a little bit and get it to do it. Hopefully this will swing around enough into the corner, and if not, what we'll do is we'll just reverse it up so that we do actually get everything. We've got a few patches around this field that have been missed, so I'm not too worried about a little bit in the corner. And then we'll head round and down to the bottom here. And there we go. All done and dusted. 8:10 in the evening. And we've finished work for the day. So back up to the farm. We're going to have some weeding to do next time. And we're going to start the great sell-off. I'm going to try and pay off as much as I can over the next few months, just as we go. You might have seen in the intro there, though, we do have a field full of weeds as well. So we are going to have to go and send our weeder down and go and sort the GamingFFC field out today. That is the last piece of field work we need to do in this series before the year end hits. We're looking at making about 90,000 off these eggs, I think. It may not actually be that high. We'll have a look before we actually go and sell. But it is quite a considerable amount of money the eggs are going to make. They have pretty much reached best price. I think they're a few pounds off it. So I'm going to go and sell these now, get that out of the way and do that. We'll probably start selling off some animals today as well. We've got some that have reached a high point, and those should be able to be sold as well. We've still got quite a big hill to climb. At my estimate at the moment, we're looking at hitting about 800,000 with what we've got, but that amount can easily go up, and we do have some other bits to sell today as well. I want to start selling off buildings and things like that. So we're heading down to Ridgeway Stores here, and this is the place which has the best price at the moment. This trailer is rather overloaded, I think, with eggs. We've got a huge amount of pallets. We've really been saving them up, and I've been looking forwards to getting these sold and just having a huge amount of money come in. Thankfully, this isn't one of the really far sell points. There's a sell point at the top of the map where we might end up taking some other stuff too that is quite windy and twisty to get to. There we go. Right, before we pull this into here, let's have a quick look then. So looking at the time-saving stock check, we have eggs, 2,510, and with best price 2,520. So we are just under best price. We're going to lose about £200. We do have 26,891 litres to sell. And I think that all of those are on here. Yeah, because we've got 2 incomplete pallets at the back. So let's get this sold. And that has got it. All of them done. 67,281 with an extra 3,532 in the environmental score. We are up to 634,000. I think we need to get back up to the farm and start getting some other stuff ready to sell and start getting those weeds sorted. I'm going to take the Land Rover back up to the farmyard, squeeze through here with the trailer and head up here. Oh man, this mud down the side here. I think this is probably the only remaining criticism I have of this map. I don't know if it's still there in the updates, but the amount your equipment gets muddy just by driving up into your farmyard is ridiculous. We'll just clear that off. I think there's ways I can negate them and remove it. I know I can go and remove it in the XML or in the in Giants Editor, but also I think that I can raise the ground a little bit and lift it above the mud if I wanted to. So there are ways I can sort it. We'll just give this a quick clear off both of these. We're going to load the lettuce up into here. The lettuce isn't due to be sold for a while, but it's the only other set of pallets that we have to sell on the farm, and this trailer is great for selling pallets. So the lettuce is probably the last thing we're going to sell. Its best price normally hits about February, but we've got to sell it before then. So we will do that. Let's leave this here. Leave that there like that. We might put some more of the straw through the heating plant today as well. because the heating plant can take it, and we do have some straw that's left over from a couple of years ago. In fact, we head over here, you can see that we have a huge amount of straw still left. These are the old bales as well. So yeah, we've got a huge amount of straw left over from these, so we need to get those sold off. First thing I'm going to sell today though is this. But before we can do that, if we come up to it, we've got both corn and sugar beet in it, and we've got a whole load of pig food in it as well, actually. So we need to empty all of that stuff out. The pig food can go into the pigs. Oh, actually, before I do all of that, we really need to get our weeder working because it's already 10 past 11. So we'll squeeze through here. We will grab this tractor and we'll go and attach the weeder to it. And that way we can get that weeding, and we don't have to worry about our crops. Our crops will be good for next year. Clear the current course off. And our weeder is down here in the shed. Yeah, we'll finish worrying about our fields because this farm is designed to continue on after it's paid off. Either we end up having to sell off a load of stuff, or it has to get sold itself. Jump to the JCB. I mean to into this. Right, and then out, and then lift our weeder, and yeah, either we manage to be able to continue on in theory, or the farm itself has to be sold off to pay off the remaining loan. I think it's far enough that you'd probably be able to continue, but still, we want to get there. We want to pay off the £1 million. We only have 335,000 to go. Let's set a course. With single tool, 2 headlands. Headlands first, longest edge, generate me a fieldwork course. And there it is, a fieldwork course in the GamingFFC field. We're starting this top corner. Just there, first waypoint, and away it goes. Don't think there are actually any weeds in this corner. Oh, there are a couple. So this should now go and clear all of that off. And yeah, our field is done. So to empty that place we've got, to empty that pig food mixer, what we're going to need to grab is this tractor here. And I think, oh, we're going to have to go through all the mud and get our very clean trailer that's sitting at the bottom. And then we can come through, we can load up, and we'll be able to see what to go or what to do from there. Oh, we've got the plow that we can sell. The plow that we've never used, that can be sold today. We can get rid of that. And literally, we have never used that machine. It's just been sitting here in the yard ever since we got the farm. Now, to avoid the mud, not that this trailer isn't muddy already, we can go up this ridge up here. I really need to, at some point, rework that area. Then over to here. Don't think we have a huge amount of either of these crops in here. But this is really good as a storage place as well. There are only 999 litres of corn. We will take the sugar beet though. And in fact, I don't think that sugar beet is worth much money. So sugar beet is worth 200. No, so it's not worth much. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to top up pig feed with it. Which sets of pigs need more food? So that has 6,715. This has 6,430. And this is for, okay, we need to put about 2,000 litres in each of the pigs. Just top up the random stuff here. So we want to hit about 2,200 is what we want to get tipped into here. Up it goes. There. Oh, that is not bad. 2,154. I will take that. Very, very happy, actually. That was as close as it was. Our next one is going to be more difficult. It is corn, and it is going to be just 1,000 liters. So 500 liters into each is going to be hard. Dipping up again, and the last 2,154. There we go. And do you know what? I'm kind of hoping that's changed the disparity. We've now got 8,603 in there and 8,786. So, yeah, we want... Which one is this? One here is the one with the German Landris. So, yeah, I think it's the other one. We want to put the corn into that. The corn, again, there's only 1,000 liters. It's not worth much. Let's just get it in here. So corn, there we go, 999 liters, and this one wants to go into, yeah, the one that we are approaching here. So into this one here. We'll tip the corn in there, and then that will even up the feed. There we are. That is that emptied out as well. Right, how much pig food have we got in here? So we've got 11,759 liters of pig food. I think I want to empty into this lower one first with this. So let's go through, find the pig food. There it is. So we want about 5 and just over 5,500. If we got 6,000 into here, that would be good. 4, 5, 6,400. That will do very nicely. So that can go into this one, and then the rest will go into the other one, and then we can sell off this pig feed mixer. That is the pig food emptied into the first one. We'll pull forward and load up the second one. So that's got 5,000, yeah, 5,297 liters. I wonder how even these two areas are going to end up after this. And then we've got all the pig food from the windmill to put in here as well. And that is the second lot of pig food done. Right. Let's check on the state of our pigs before we give the trailer a clean. We now have 16,063 liters in one set of pigs and 14,083 in the other. So we've gone the other way now. So these ones need a couple. Yes, need a couple of thousand liters more. We can do that. We can very easily do that. Let's turn this off. Let's go get the JCB and let's make sure that we get all of this nicely evened up. And the easiest way to do that straight off the bat is to go and grab a couple of pallets of pig food. We got 2,000 liters each in these. So bring that up, get that into there, and done. And bring this back. Oh, I'm gonna have so much to sell off next time. We hit December and suddenly it is just the most massive sell-off that we need to do. And I think this lot here are the ones with the less food, aren't they? This is the German Landrace. And they are the ones with 14,000 versus 16,000. So, yeah, both these pallets need to go into here. Even up our food on the pigs. Nicely like that. And then, yeah, we've just got a couple more pallets. We've not got many more pallets. I might look at it at the end of the day and see if we've got another set of pallets, yeah, that have spawned on here, and then we can just do 2 and 2. At the moment, that will be a little bit of a problem, so we'll leave that, and we'll go and turn our attention to the lettuce. But first, what we've been talking about, this is now empty. Is it? I think, yeah, storage is empty, so time to sell this off. So into the construction screen. We've had this for ages. This was an absolute boon early on. until we got the windmill, and the windmill started doing everything that did, only better. So let's sell that off, demolish it. 13,647 is all we'll get. But that is another 13,000 towards what we need, and is 650,000. We also have a great demand at the garden center. I was kind of hoping this might be the lettuce, but it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, lettuce is still a little bit underpriced. That would be really good if we were able to sell that off. We have more eggs coming in. We don't really have anything. I'm just trying to have a quick look, see if there is anything that we have that might be needed at the garden center. But nope, looks like that is not for us. I really wish there was a better way we could find out exactly what a great demand was for. So we're going to try and start loading the lettuce up onto the trailer now. Now, normally I would get a big flatbed to do this, but I think we can do this with our trailer. The best way to do it is to get nice and straight on here and pick 2 up at a time, 1 on each fork. Not massively realistic, but for this trailer, this is the way that works the best in game. So we grab this, bring this here, try and line this up next to it like that, and then down. That won't go easily down, so that off there like that. Get a really narrow setup on our forks. Oh. Get a second one dropped right in where we're coming, because we've done it from this end, and because there's stuff in there, we now have an issue. So we back this off. That's how to do it. And then line ourselves up. Very important not to push the existing one out of the way. And then we can drive in, grab these 2 like so. Again, trying to avoid pushing them. Instead, we actually want to get under them. We go really wide with this. I think we go really wide and do it. Get under that. That's it. And get them together. Lift them up. And then what you can do is very easily just slot them on this trailer from the back. There's enough reach, or there should be enough reach with this to get them both on. They're very tight fit, as you can see. And over. And on. Like that. Oh, yeah. This is not the easiest of trailers to do this with. It really isn't. Might have to get on there and just a little bit of help from the super strength. Just push these up and in like so, and then get them down. Yeah, that is the best way to fill this. Works very, very well. Once you've got the first row of lettuce on and strapped in, what you can do then is start picking them up a little bit more like normal. You don't have to contend with the side anymore, and just then get them onto the top like this. This is going to be quite a weight on this trailer by the time we finish. And they're not hugely worth, or they're not worth a huge amount of lettuces on here. I'm quite happy in the way that we've managed to use the garden on this map. It's not ended up being massively overpowered. We've got a decent amount of income from it, and the lettuces have been good for us. Have been only needed to be being sold every so often. How much do we actually have in here? Is it going to generate another one? Let's have a look. So our lettuce, we've got no lettuce in there. It has generated one, but that is the last one it will generate for a while. So we can move across. Let's grab this then, and yeah, this is going to go about 3 high on this trailer, I think. There's going to be quite a lot of lettuce and quite a bit of weight on here. We'll have to see whether this trailer can handle it. Already it feels a little bit like it's buckling under the weight, so we might have to go and sell these. I don't think we're gonna lose about 2,000 if we sell these early, but as I said, we're gonna have to sell them early whatever. I kind of find myself wondering what the weight comparison between the lettuce on the back of here and the eggs on the back of here is. We've got 5 more pallets, yeah, so we've got 1 on the back and then 4 on the top, so we've got about the same amount of lettuce here to sell as we had eggs, and that does beg a lot of questions as to whether this will work. But we'll see how it goes. This could take us up nearly to 700,000. Let's balance things out a little bit. There we go. Strap that down on the back. And then just 4 more pallets to load up. And yeah, that will actually have all of our lettuce loaded up. As I said, I think it's about £2,000 we'll lose from selling these slightly early. But with everything going on, I think we probably want to get these out of the way. They are one of our smaller amounts that we're going to be selling. And if we're £2,000 short of the million, then I might kick myself. But I think we might end up with an extra little bit with those. Just got to keep the money rolling in now. It's also whether our factories can produce enough between now and the end of the year. We want to get some more bread out. We've got plenty of stuff going through on the flour. And yeah, if it can get through it quick enough, it'll give us, well, we're probably going to get another 60,000 off that. So that's a good amount there. That takes us over the 700,000. I am so concerned about how close we're going to get to actually successfully doing this. Last 2 pallets on. That's all loaded up. That feels really high and really overloaded. But we need to get these sold. Right, let's jump in. We'll head out. Best place for the lettuce is the garden center. And yeah, we're gonna lose about £1,500 because it's quite a way under. That's actually nowhere near as bad as I thought, and of course does get the lettuce out the way, which is going to be the one crop that we're not going to be able to sell at its best price anyway before the year end hits, and we can see from that the price was dropping as well. This trailer definitely feels a bit overloaded. I don't think the pallets are overly happy on the back there. Keep seeing them jiggle about a bit. I can also see that the wheels are coming through the mud guards. So yeah, we're definitely overloaded on this trailer. We need to get up to the garden center soon then. Thankfully, it's just up the top of the hill here and should make us a really good amount of money. This, yeah, this is probably a 2-trip load. Bring it in and start selling it off. Down it goes. And this should take us up to about 67,000, maybe just shy of it. Sorry, 670,000, and it is just shy of it. We are up to 669,865. Absolutely fantastic. Let's head back down to the farm because, well, it's November and things are beginning to get dark already. We're going to park this here because there's probably going to be some pallets that we will need to move at some point, whether that's the last few eggs or the last little bit of lettuce. Just something to bring in an extra bit of cash towards the end. What I do want to check, turn on the lights. There we go. What I do want to check is the status of our pigs. How much money can we make from these pigs? So starting with our first shed, we have pigs worth 1,200. So those ones we definitely want to sell. Those we probably want to sell, and that would be really good. So yeah, there's definitely pigs to sell there. What about over here? We should have some pigs to sell here. Not quite. They're not quite up to the same setup. So if we look in on our animals, yeah, we've got about halfway to production. How often do they reproduce? Is it another 3 months? It doesn't tell me. I think, wow, we could add a whole load more pigs if we were able to get them to reproduce before the end of the year. I don't think we can. However, yeah, so we got one set heading into puberty. We've got 2 sets here in the Landress heading for actually being able to add pigs to our farm. And we might be able to sell off a whole load of piglets. So I think we're probably going to hold off for a couple of months selling the pigs and see how much money we can make from them there. Both of them are very similar on food now. And yeah. Looking at the selling prices, I think we're going to hit best price on canola very soon. Possibly even before the end of November. We've got the straw that we got to put through. We've got some barley that we could try and put through the through our windmill, but I don't know at the moment. I don't know how our windmill is doing. Sorghum flour, it is still working through. Barley, it's working through. So yeah, we've got everything running for us at the moment. We'll turn that off. And yeah, there's still a long way to go, but we are verging on 700,000. I think next time it is going to be finishing things off and seeing if we've finally got enough to pay off this loan. So we've got a full trailer of canola. Let's head up. We're going to go to the sell point right at the top of the map. We're heading, you can see it just up the top there. Let's just have a look before we go any further, and show you guys the one we're talking about. So the best price for canola at the moment is 1,346. That is slightly above the best price that we're expecting next month. It's going to be about 90,000, including what we already have on the trailer, and it's at the Carter Hall grain elevator. Now that is located right up the top here, and so it's a fair trek. We got several treks to do, but to get there, we're going to go all the way around here, around the back. Well, we could yeah, we go round here and there and all the way up there. So this is the one that takes the longest to do. The alternative route is right down to the bottom of the map here and back up. So yeah, we're going to cut through and go that way, and it's quite a long trek to do this, so I'm hoping the price holds until we can get this done. And so after quite a long trek there all the way around, we just pull in to the sell point here. Gonna back this up. It's taken us about 46 minutes to make that trip with a full trailer, so we will get slowed down a little bit on that journey, but that's good. We should be able to get all of these done today. We're probably going to do this video over several days simply because of how much we have to do, and the fact that we are in November and the daylight is short. We do need to get all of this sold today. 22,188 for the sale, plus 1,164 in environmental score. Yeah, we should hit nearly 800,000 by the time we've sold this canola. Along this dirt track is definitely where I would expand the farm. There's some good fields just the other side of the woodland gap at the bottom here, and the farm just sort of naturally continues in that direction. So yeah, definitely would continue to expand the farm out that way, have everything connected, make the farm feel like it's just one big connected area. I think that would work very, very well for us. Don't know if I would keep this field here separated as it is. It might actually benefit from the separation line going the other way. Yes, it would create a fairly odd shaped top field, but I don't think that's a massive problem. I did when I first separated the two, but they kind of need, or we kind of need easy access to the top one. The other way to do it, or the far one, the GamingFFC field, the other way to do it, of course, is to have or just put a roadway in at the top of the KiwiMedic field and get that to be properly divided, or proper access to the other field from the farmyard. Right, let's get more canola in at 16,000 litres a go. We're looking at another 5 trips for this, and at an hour and a half ago, that's quite a lot of the day that's going to be spent on this. So let's get moving. We've got a lot to sell and not a lot of time to sell it in. Almost back up to the sell point. I think I might have overestimated how many journeys this will be. We've already done one. This is our second. And I think we're going to be maybe only a few too many litres to do this all in 2 more. We have a look what we've still got in storage. We've got 35,000 litres in storage. We're doing 16,500 litres each time. So yeah, it's going to be about 33,000 litres we're able to do in 2 more journeys. That's going to leave us about 3,000 litres short. Another 22,031 harvest income with another 1,156 environmental score, and we're up to 735,000 pounds. So if I'm right in my calculations, we should have just over a trailer left when we back this in and filled this one up. So let's do exactly that. Back this in, see if we can fill it up and see what we're left with. Down here. I don't want to drive up that road because it is just so full of mud. So 35,000 litres in there at the moment. We will fill that up, and this does fill up nice and quickly. So there we go. That's full. And now we have 19,226 left, which is, yeah, going to be about 2,500 litres that we will have left in there to still do. It is 26 minutes past 1, so we should get at least this load and 1 more done today. But, yeah, we're then going to have to move on to December. We might get that last little bit done as well with any luck, but it's certainly going to be selling the pigs in December. Interestingly, on my way back to Carter Hall Grain Elevator, we've got a great demand. This could be for the canola. We will check this as we get here. I kind of doubt it. If it's for barley, we do have barley, and that would be amazing because barley is getting close to its best price as well. We'll give it a check once we get up there, but yeah, that would be amazing. So we're back up at the grain elevator. We'll get this backed in and see if it is the canola that's a great demand. I mean, that would be just icing on the cake right now, but I'm not too worried. Let's have a look. Doesn't look to be, it's not the barley, and the only other thing we're selling at the cards hall of value is this. Yeah, I've said it many times. I would love to very easily see what it is, and it's sorghum. Sorghum is way above its best price at the moment, but we don't have any because we've put it all into our mill to get it done and turned into flour, and it'll make more money than that anyway. We're now up to 761,237. It looks like we're going to end up somewhere in the mid 780,000 after selling all of this year's canola off. Backing the trailer in for the final full load. So this will leave us with about 2,500 to 3,000 in the silo, I think. Yeah, 2,726 litres. We still have 26,000 litres of barley to either try and throw through our windmill or possibly just sell straight up. Right now, that barley would be worth 18,000 probably next month. So in December, we can sell that off. Alternatively, how much do we still have going through our productions? Flour, we got sorghum flour going through. We have some barley still going through, and we're still producing the bread. So yeah, there's a lot of sorghum still going through that. A lot of money to be made still on that. I'll have to work all this out later because the bank is gonna want to know whether our flour going through the windmill, whether that can actually achieve the money that's needed to pay off the loan, because they might let us just go and do that last little bit and get that through. But if it's not, then we're gonna have to take more drastic action here, I think, to meet it. We're now sitting at 763,000. We'll get this backed in. And it's definitely getting dark. I think we'll make one more journey today for that last bit of canola. Make sure we can sell everything at the best price possible. The price on the canola is now has now dropped below best price. So yeah, this is not going to be worth quite as much as our previous loads. Still 21,409. With a 1,124 pound environmental score. So yeah, that's still really good with 786,000, and this little bit that we have left that should throw us over the top and hit 790,000. So we've made it back to the grain elevator for the last load. We do have absolute darkness here now at 5:30 because the cloud cover just takes away all light. So we'll back this up under the full spotlight of the tractor, tip this and see where we end up. I think we're going to be at 790,000, which is a huge amount. We will then go forward to the morning and we'll get some pigs sold, and we'll see where we are at that point. There we go. Another 3,495 plus 183 environmental score. Today, we're at 791,223. So let's head through to the morning and we'll sell some pigs. Nearly 10 a.m. the next morning, and the snow is really chucking it down. But I've done a little bit of calculation overnight and worked out how much we have going through our through all of our productions, through our windmill and through our bakery, and I estimate that we have with the barley that we've had sitting about, which I'm now put into the windmill because of the value of it. I've worked out that we have about 149,000 liters of flour that will be produced. That should produce 74,000 liters of bread. And actually verging on 75,000 liters of bread. And checking the markets, and because we're direct selling, are selling it a lot cheaper. We sell it about a 25% lower than the best price. What we end up with is we've got about 177,000 pounds worth of bread that we've got going through the process at the moment. So we've had a word with the bank, and the bank has agreed that if we have, if we can hit the amount that will be covered by that, then they won't take the loan immediately, and we can pay off as much as we can. But we still need to get below that amount, and so yeah, we're going to still be selling off some pigs. We're actually full in our pig pens anyway, so if we are going to breed any more pigs, we need to get selling some. We've got 12 in this trailer. We're going to head over to the animal market and get these sold. And then, yeah, we're going to keep selling pigs today and see where we get. With 177,000, we need to make at least 825,000 to keep the bank happy and save the farm. So let's get out there and see if we can do it. Livestock market is just down here on the left. I actually initially went the wrong way and had to turn around. So we've found it now. I haven't been down here since we got our initial set of pigs, which is actually what we're selling off right now. Let's sell them. That is 14,000 straight off the bat. Yeah, we've got 3 journeys at least to do to sell all of our older pigs off. And looks to me, well, that's it. That's 825,000. We've just hit it. So, yeah, we are going to have money in hand. And the bank is going to be very happy. If we can pay off a massive whack of the loan, how close can we get to this £1 million? We know that we've made it. We know that we have enough money coming in over the next few months to make the bank happy and to have everything paid off. We're gonna be paying off most of the loan today, especially as we still have another 2 trips of pigs to go. So I've got 8 left from our first pen. We'll grab the... Well, we've run out of space in here, so we need to empty out some of these. We'll empty out 4 more, but to be honest, I'd like them to get to a better price. So really, what we got to do is we'll make some space in there. We'll let the pigs mature a little more, and we'll only have this trailer left to do today. As a result, that should allow our pigs space to breed and get some more, and then in the next couple of months we can sell off some more pigs, because both sets of pigs have or are coming to maturity with some more of them. And so another trailer down to here. Yeah, we needed to make the space anyway. Let's sell off those 8. There we go. That's another 9,600. And then these, sell those off as well. And there we go. That is 839,915. I think to make enough space in here for the piglets we know we have coming, I am just going to sell some more out of here. We have, yeah, these. We have got 12 in there. Move to trailer. Yes, that does leave 4 in there, but that should be fine. Yeah, neither of these are particularly... But I think one of them is at puberty and actually producing. So it will fill that back up. And we should hit 850,000 today, which is more than enough. Last set of pigs in then, and this really will sort us. Sell those. Another 12,750. And there we go. 852,000. And we definitely have enough processing through our windmill and through our bakery to cover the remaining amount. January 1st and the loan is due. We have 895,450 available to us. So let's get the loan paid off and see how much we have left. I think, yeah, we should have 105,000 left. Look at that going down, as our money does as well. And we are so close to paying all this off. Now, I think that this will all be paid off within 3 months. I think by April, the rest of our stuff will have processed in the factories, in our windmill, and in our bakery. And we should be there. There we go. Final loan of £105,000. And if we look in our productions, we have a whole load of barley, so we'll activate that. That should have been running for the last month. That will go through. We've got sorghum still going through. And in the bakery, we have 95,000 litres of flour. We can half that to 47,000 litres of flour. And going even with a conservative estimate, so bread is currently selling for 3,281. If we take 25% off that, because we're direct selling, we're still well into 2,000 and well over £2,000 per 1,000 litres. So that is plenty to pay this off. I might do an epilogue episode just to see how long we take to actually pay everything off. But all in all, I'm pretty pleased with our farm here. This has been absolutely fantastic. We have made a huge amount of money in the 3 years we've been on here, and I think the farm is well placed to go forward. We got to the point where we had almost paid off the loan, and we knew we had enough stuff sitting around, enough stuff processing through, that the loan would be paid off fairly quickly. So I just wanted to do this quick epilogue to show you exactly how close we came to everything being paid off within the series and within the 2 years. We've moved forward 2 months. It's now the first day of March. And we've already generated in those 2 months 100,000. Now we need 105,000 to pay everything off, and so we have a trailer full of lettuce here that will get us finished off. We're actually running at 1 times. I have just put it up to 1 times because I don't want it to throw over an hour and go and generate the money that we need. I do want to actually go and deliver this and get this finished off. This series, though, has been a huge amount of fun. I have absolutely enjoyed doing it. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it as well. And I'm surprised at how close we came to paying it off within those 2 years. And the fact that we are only 2 months after, and we are using stuff that's all been generated in those 2 years to finish this off, I think is absolutely fantastic. Now, it's a question I didn't ask at the end of the final episode, so it is a question that I will be asking now. Let me know how you think in the comments of how we did in this series. I really hope that you guys enjoyed the series as much as I enjoyed making it. We'll sell off the lettuce here. There we go. And get that all done. But the fact that we are now at 112,000, that we are heading into the next farming year and should be able to pay everything off now is just amazing. This farm can just thrive from here forwards. And I'm half tempted to turn this into into something that I stream. I've enjoyed Moss Valley hugely. My biggest problem is, of course, I'm currently running the old version of Moss Valley, so I would need to get the map and everything updated, but there is a little bit of time and things that I could do to do that, so we might have a look at that and see. But at the moment, I am just so pleased at how well this series went and how well we've done. Look at that. That is us driving all the way down to the shop, all the way back. And I am just happy. This has been so much fun to try and match this. Now, our next series, that is going to be on Rembau. It is an awesome map. I think we're probably going to try and do a start from scratch on there. So worth coming and checking out. That should premiere in the next few days, and I hope you enjoy where we go on that series. For now, I will be continuing my other series on Purbeck Valley. We're going to probably get through another full harvest on that before we finish that series, and then yeah, then we're going to start turning our attention towards Farming Simulator 25, which will be out in the next couple of months. Well, I say couple of months, but we are currently in July, so August, so next sort of 4 months time we're expecting to see that released, and that will start up a whole new set of videos and everything. Back this in here and get this done. This is not planned to be a massively long video. If I do continue anywhere, then we're going to be doing the seeding and everything and continuing on from there. But this I think is it, and we're going to end up back down here at our house, and just our little epilogue all done and dusted. So there we go. 1,000 left. We'll repay the final bit of the loan off, and that is it. We have done it. It's taken slightly over 2 years, but it's all been done with everything that was harvested and worked on in those 2 years. There's actually still quite a bit to go through that we've got. We've got all the flour done, so those are all completed, but there is still 77,000 liters of flour. So halving that takes it down to 35,000. Yeah, in fact, there's probably about another £100,000 worth left to get this farm moving again into the new year. I am so very pleased with how this has gone. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. And with this little epilogue all done and dusted, we're going to leave it here. So all that remains is for me to say...
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.